just gonna do like a short, like minute or so interview. We're gonna ask some fun questions, that sort of thing.
Okay.
There we go. Um, Maybe we should tilt this a little bit. Jen, are we good?
Hi, Jen. Hi. Can you take a picture with my phone or with the cameras and stuff? It's good publicity for
Are
my
we?
thing. Thank you.
To color?
I have to
I'm
look
not.
serious now.
Yeah. I'm not sure if we have levels yet. Okay.
Okay. Is this bothering you guys?
Let's just swap mics too then. You get the feet right.
The feet, yeah.
Which leg is it?
I don't know. Kids do like this, like so.
Just match them.
Yeah, like two twins. You know? You had this
Yeah,
show here too,
absolutely.
right?
Yeah.
Justice League from the 80s.
Okay, great. So, no, but it's weird.
I have a big head. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. Are we getting levels?
Oh,
Are we getting levels? Hello.
levels, levels.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Levels, levels. Is this live? No, right?
This one isn't now because we don't have time for the full thing. So we're trying to get as many like filmmakers in for the small fun interviews as we can. So
Cool. I'm a little early anyway. So.
oh yeah. Oh, that's why they're still framing up.
No, it's okay. No rush. You're looking at me.
I'm all set whenever you're.
Do a little quick fake talk and talk.
Okay. So we're just getting a picture done. So I should turn more towards you. So it looks like I'm really having an intensive conversation with you.
You can do
Yeah.
like this.
All right. Thank you so much.
Great. So we're gonna roll and then just do your normal
Yeah.
thing.
Of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello.
Levels.
Levels,
checking.
levels, levels.
How are we doing? Good.
Mine's good too.
Yeah.
It's okay. Thanks. Where are you guys from?
We are out of LA.
LA.
Yeah.
Okay. Filmmaker Roadshow. Okay.
Yeah.
None of you are Canadian.
Right? Because there's so many Canadians.
Yeah, Canadians are everywhere,
I
man.
know. I keep meeting them. Get along great with the Canadians, though.
Good
A lot of fun.
morning, Vietnam.
Oh, they're great. Morning.
Okay, great.
Oh, should we swap?
From yeah.
Or
You guys.
let me see the mics you guys have. There you go.
Now, remember, Brian, you're technically live.
Oh,
So
okay.
just say,
we are
I'm
live,
Brian, the
okay.
film producer with Filmmaker Roadshow.
Roadshow.
We're just doing a quick
intro.
interview before the actual show because
Yeah.
we have one of the IWT award nominees. Just so it seems official.
Yeah, I'll throw it in. Yeah.
And then you
Okay.
guys do your real thing.
Yeah, no problem.
You wanna my card or
No.
donate it?
Yeah.
Or post to the sex.
Yeah, well, I'm going to have you introduce that, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I don't have to say it.
Yep.
Okay, great. Justin will give you a countdown.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian, a field producer with the Filmmaker Roadshow, and I thought we'd just do a short little fun interview with Leandro here, since he was available. He's a nominee, nominated for.
Well, we are nominated for Best Comedy and Best Non-English Series.
And what's your show?
Well, our show is called Oposto do Sexo, which is Brazilian Portuguese. We're from Rio de Janeiro. And the translation is called Opposites of Sex. It's a comedy about a husband trying to have sex with his own wife. And every episode's a different attempt. And some episodes, she tries to have sex with him too.
And how many episodes, how many attempts does he have?
So far, we released 82 episodes so far.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
I
that's
can't
lots
even,
of
I
attempts.
cannot think of that many strategies. You could make a book. So we just have some fun questions for you, if you wouldn't mind answering them.
Yes, that's what I'm
Okay.
here for.
So if you had to pick one piece of equipment, just one, to have on set with you, what would it be? What's your one most reliable piece of equipment?
You mean from anywhere in the world or for the ones I have?
From any, well, the ones you have. Like what could you not do without?
Oh, I need a camera, right?
Right. Okay.
I actually shoot my videos in a Canon camera, a Canon 50D actually. It doesn't
Okay.
even shoot film,
No.
but we hacked with the Magic Lantern hack. Thank you guys for Magic Lantern. And just because of that, every episode we have is shot on raw video.
Oh,
So
okay. That's cool.
we're doing video on a camera from 2008 with 14 bits depth of color,
Right.
444
Mm.
raw, everything, and
So definitely a camera, because it's kind of like your medium. It's your canvas. It's what you paint with. It's your paintbrush, basically. It's your art form.
yes.
Okay.
Well, we only do that because we have a controlled environment, and every episode's really short. They're about 2 minutes long, so we
Okay.
are able to shoot really large file sizes and then convert to ProRes.
Right. So our next question, it's a little more fun. So what's your must-have craft food item? What food must be on set?
Food,
Yeah,
water,
water.
some fruit.
You can do
yeah.
better than that.
Yeah, some fruit because where we shoot is like 40 degrees Celsius. I think it's
Okay.
100 Fahrenheit.
That's
probably.
pretty. Yeah, I don't know the exact.
Conversion, but
conversion,
it's
but yeah.
really hot, so we need to stay hydrated. So we have like melon juice, lots of water, and
All right.
that's it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Keep hydrated. Keep the energy up. All right. And our last question is, what drives you? What inspires you to be a better filmmaker?
Wow. Well, I've always dreamed of being a filmmaker. I've grown up seeing Steven Spielberg movies, and everything is so great, and I always wanted to do this for a living. So what inspires me is that I have something inside of me that needs to go out. I need to tell a story. I need to make people laugh, make lives of people more interesting.
It's about your audience, right?
Yes, exactly. And about doing something that when I do it, I feel like I've meant to do it, you know?
All right. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for coming on and stopping by, Leandro. Where can we find you?
Okay, our web series are weekly at Mondays on YouTube. It's www.youtube.com/oposto do sexo. I need to spell that right, right? OPOSTODOSASEXO, which is the translation for opposites of sex. If you look for opposites of sex web series on YouTube, you should find our channel.
Well, thank you very much for coming on.
Thank you, man. Cut.
Great.
Thank you very much for coming on, man. It was great. Good luck with the shows tonight.
We'll see you tonight. It's so good to have you.
Can I take a picture of you guys?
Of course. I need to get a chair over here. I Is red on? I'm. Is it awful?
That's what I'm talking about. That is bright yellow. That is beauty. No, it's on everything. It's on iPhone.
It's also our but we had that with the camera problem. Remember when we were?
Well, this is the place to fix it.
We tried though.
There's got to be a color space.
I love that are people alive right now?
Are people alive?
Are people watching us right now, Justin? While we do this?
Hi.
Just I want to tell them that this is live and
And in color, muted
and
color,
no
apparently.
tiredness. I mean, no sleep. I mean, what is happening in my life?
It's going to be all good.
I'm going to say this isn't officially live. We're tweaking cameras. We're trying to make it work so that you have awesome picture stuff.
Basically, you're getting a behind-the-scenes treat as we set up so you can see how it is done. These guys are pros. They're
How is
making
she
it
still
work.
talking like with coherent words?
I'm not directing the entire freaking show. I have the red carpet, which is like a tenth of what Jen Page is doing, just so we're all clear.
Jonathan says he can see us. Hi, Jonathan
Hi,
Sessoms. Jonathan Sessoms is our biggest fan. Can you hear us, Jonathan Sessoms? Tweet me now or Facebook message me now if you can hear us, Jonathan Sessoms. Who else is watching? Any of our friends and family watching? What's your friend's name? Haley. Haley, Isis's friend Haley is watching. She's not on camera yet. You can only see us, but Isis is sitting next to us. We're going to get some tweets going, and we're going to do live in a second. Yes. Thank you. And we'll do 5, and then we'll give you the wrap at that point. Okay. Is it the J. Robbins? Yeah. And what's DHL's? David Lawrence the 17th. I'm pretty sure he does.
All right, y'all. I'm doing the vein adjustment. Vein sweater adjustment. Vein sweater adjustment. Are you surprised?
No, you weren't in it the other day.
I know, on camera, right?
I was very disappointed.
But I did wear the striped dress, so 2 times.
Mom, should I take this off?
Honestly.
Sorry, I'm like, I got this email yesterday and I forgot.
Hi, Jenna.
So long. Okay, so DHLAWRARENCE. Great. Yes. Who is that? Oh, he's in real stuff too? Is the web on? I love you, web people. Yeah, that'd be great. I'm mostly Laurel knows the time. Okay, guys, we gotta go, so. Yeah, is your mic on? I don't know. Make sure it's on the up. It's only on. All right, can I see? I want to see your camera. Smile a lot. I'm gonna smile at the camera. Guys, I'm sorry we have to go. So I appreciate you trying to make it beautiful, but we out of time. You can't. You can only do. You can only do so much for us, especially on day 3 of NAB show. That's very sweet of you to say it. That's not what.
I have one question for Jen. Where do you buy your clothes?
Mostly just random cheap mall stores.
My wife and you have like the same taste.
Really? Like my first dress was Hot Topic. This one's like Charlotte Russe, Forever 21, all the mall stores.
I think Forever 21. I obviously I'm a man, so I don't do a lot of shopping, but I'm like, oh yeah, I think my wife had that same thing.
Yeah. So you're saying your wife has great taste.
Yeah, again, yes. Let's just do some more
Thank you.
Is she our person?
She is our, yeah, but we're going to have a second, so I figure we just line up the two.
Okay, gotcha.
Because it's going to jump them in quick. You can live text on this show.
Yay!
She can ask you questions.
Are we waiting for this?
Nope, we're ready now. I'm going to hit that we are live now. Sending. Oh. Hi! We're really live this time on Filmmaker Roadshow.
For real. I'm
Here
tweeting.
at NAB Show 2015 in the New Media Expo Lounge. And I have had no sleep now for, I don't even know how many days we've been here.
Since Sunday, my friend.
I don't know what's happening anymore.
It's all good.
All I know
I'm
is they
sorry.
told me that I'm directing the award show tonight.
It's tonight.
I
How
don't know what
exciting
means
is that?
anymore. We had a
It's
rehearsal
tonight.
last night, and my cast, who's doing a big super secret thing, are amazing. Oh my God! Like so much laughter, so many smiles. I think if you're watching this, you really should tune in tonight. If you're not in Vegas, tune in to iawtv.org at 8 p.m. Pacific time because it's going to be so much fun. And if you are here, go to the door and say Jen Page said that you could get in, and I swear to God it will work. And I hope I didn't offend anybody by swearing to God. Apparently, I offended people by not liking Kickstarter. I got hate mail.
Oh, really?
But I love Kickstarter, actually, and I love that people can fund their own projects. They took it wrong. What I was saying was don't use your Facebook as a bulletin board.
Right.
Your Twitter. Don't
Yes.
email me, especially if you're my friend, you don't email a mass message that you've emailed to everybody else. Personalize it.
Personalize
so
it.
I think that they
that's
took it
your,
wrong.
your thing altogether all the time. Personalize.
Personalize
Be
it.
personal. It's just social media.
It's
putting
social.
things out
It's
to the
in
masses
the
is
title.
not how that works.
Social.
Social.
My point was that social media is not a bulletin board; it's a community.
Absolutely.
So-
I completely agree. And you can't see the haters with your love glasses on.
I can't see the haters with my love glasses on, which is why I'm not even affected.
That's
I
right.
just wanted to clear up that if you are an indie filmmaker and that's how you're raising your money, go for it. Make your own project. That is kick-ass.
I will also add to that 90% of the funding that goes through a Kickstarter campaign doesn't come from your social media anyway. Because almost everyone, if you're a filmmaker, on your social media is another filmmaker who's desperate to get their project made. So it's almost
You
better
have
to
to
go
reach
out
out,
and
exactly.
do some marketing and advertising. And
Bulletin boards, message boards, find sponsors. Like, it really is.
Yeah.
But that is
Anyway.
just, a whole nother little morning I have no sleep rant. Hopefully we can get through this show today with some coherency.
Rants are fun. I'm pretty coherent.
As you can see, Jenna is joining me again
Hi.
because Collier has had to go deal with teching. He's made this beautiful show with all the
so
lighting
excited to see
design
it.
and the slides and the moving images. They're so beautiful. But we haven't had rehearsal or tech time, and he had an emergency like he had now or never.
Now or never.
So
It needs
thank
to be
you
now
for
because you're
joining
having an
us.
amazing live show. And I'm so excited that I was nearby
I
and
am
could come
too.
running down.
So that said, we have our first guest, which is really fun because it is my daughter. So there's
She's so cute.
But she's in Vegas because she is going to perform tonight in the show, in this big super secret thing that is starting to be less secret because I keep talking about it. But I'm so excited. She's also been in a lot of web series. She was in Pretty the Series, which has won IWTV Awards. And
Nice.
she had a nice role in that. And she has recently been in Click Wars with all the kids that I directed in that show.
That's very cool. And she's one of the most intelligent, well-spoken young individuals I've ever met.
She's pretty awesome.
Yes.
And so this
Setting
is
her
her
up.
right here, Isis Silva.
Yay, Isis!
You know what's most fun? Isis is she's big on YouTube. She loves YouTube. Like us older people,
know.
we're like, what, I don't know, gamers and YouTubers and all that, but Isis like lives on that. So for her, like this is really your first
She's been the
appearance on
sounding
YouTube,
board.
right? Like this is your YouTube world. Here it is. So hi.
Hi.
I told her she's welcome to live tweet and text her friends because that's what they do when they're 12.
Haley has asked me a bunch of YouTube questions.
Ooh.
Oh, you have your first question already?
She's given me like two, three already. Okay, so she says, who is your favorite female and male YouTuber? I have a bunch of favorite YouTubers, so I guess I'd say my favorite is either Dan is Not on Fire, Amazing Phil, or Tobuscus. And then my favorite female is Jenna Marbles. And, yeah.
What makes them cool? Like, why do you watch? What does the whole YouTube thing?
They just every time I watch the videos, I just laugh so hard till I'm red and have tears in my eyes. And I share the YouTube community with my friends, and we always talk about like, oh, did you see the new video? This is why we like it, and this is what we hated about it, but mostly like about it because we're like, oh my god, their shirt was awesome. And, you know, like little things like that. It was
Nice.
What if you had to do a YouTube channel? What would you do? Would you do like pranks or fails or?
I do many different ones. I probably do pranks for sure. I might do a couple gaming videos. I just don't know how they do it. Like they film themselves and put them in there and then film the game. But I would do a couple gaming. But I mostly like talk to the camera about like what happened in my week or you know like what happened during the last time I was on. So.
Did you have a question, or we have a technical difficulties over here?
A microphone difficulty. It's all
We're
good.
swapping.
Yeah.
We're swapping, and I believe.
Wait. No. I say when that happens. So, Isis,
Jen's such a
what
director.
is it for you? What does it mean? Like, what's been your most favorite experience in sort of web world and acting? Like, what's your favorite part of that?
Getting to like be somebody different than you, like, because you get to. If you're playing a character that's already been there, like been in this world, you can make it you, like you make it how you would do it, which I think is fun. And I also like collaborating with like the other people in the acting, like in the set and all that kind of stuff. And,
What's your favorite kind of character to play?
bratty, kind of annoyed characters, you know, things like that. Yeah.
Yay. Well, it's fun as you've been in Click Wars, and you got to play, like you got to slap
I got to
Guy.
slap somebody, yeah. That was
You got
funny.
to slap a lot of people in that
Yeah.
show. And you made cameos, these silent cameos, which has been fun for you. And you know who we also have here today is our favorite Click Wars janitor, which, by the way, we're about to meet somebody who's been in everything I've ever done. We've given him a cameo because to us it's funny and it's almost like Hunt
Alfred
and Peck,
Hitchcock.
find where he's at, right? And so joining us now is Dave Hoffman.
Hi, Dave.
Dave Hoffman, janitor.
Can someone fix this camera over here, please? Does that
I
mic
love that
work?
shot.
Is that mic? Is his mic working? Great.
Nice.
Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Great.
All
Here we
right,
are.
great. Hi.
Hi.
So Dave,
Yes.
we're just talking to Ice about Click Wars. What is your favorite part about doing Click Wars?
Okay, well, I get to work on the crew of Click Wars, which, of course, is amazing fun because working with the people that are involved in the crew and the kids that are in the show, everybody's just really cool and friendly, and we have a really good time. But I also get to do cameos in several of the episodes, which my illustrious director has been so gracious to present me with that opportunity. And it's just so much fun because I always loved acting, but I never had the passion or drive to pursue acting. So anytime that I get to get thrown in is just so much fun for me.
Well, both of you guys are in this big super secret thing that's happening tonight that we can't even talk
Yeah,
about.
that's right.
But are
But
you
we
ga-
keep
I don't
bringing
even know
up.
what you're talking
we don't even know what we're talking about.
What super secret thing?
But if you want to know what the super secret thing is, you have to show up tonight at where is the pavilion?
it's
I'm
the
so tired.
Paradise Center
The Paradise Center at the Westgate.
At the Westgate in Las Vegas, Nevada. So if you're in Maine, you just fly into Las Vegas.
If you're in
I
Maine,
totally
you get to
know.
tune in. No, seriously, this is like for realsies. If you are not here in Vegas, please tune in and watch and comment and tweet and have fun with us. IAWTV.org at 8 p.m. Pacific time tonight. But if you're here, I promise you, if you come to the door at the Paradise Center and you say Jen Page said that I could get in, I promise you there will be a table for you.
And it's going to be not only amazing, but it's the International Academy of Web Television. It's the Academy Awards of Web Television.
The best of the best.
The best of the best.
You get to
It's
mix
gonna
and
be
mingle with
amazing.
celebrities and web celebs. And if Isis is really hoping some YouTubers shows up. Okay,
Look at
really
how
quick.
excited she just
So let's do a speed round challenge before we let our guests go, okay? We're going to do this a little different than our normal ones because these guys are both sort of super geeky and we do these kinds of things all the time on set. Okay, ready? So, number one, if you could have any superhero power, what would you be? What would you have?
Super strength.
Flight.
If you could date any superhero, who would you date?
Captain America.
I probably Black Widow. She's the most popular right now.
Plus, she's hot. And she can beat guys up.
She can beat guys up, and I need that.
A little
So I need somebody who
dominatrix
can,
action going on over there, Dave, more than I
somebody who
wanted
can
to know.
control Me, keep me in check.
If you could film anywhere in the world, where would you film?
London.
London, same answer.
Really?
Great. Let's go plan a film for
Let's
London,
plan a
Jenna.
film in London. I like that.
And finally, final question. If you, what makes you be a better filmmaker, actor, creator? What
Person.
inspires you?
The people around me, the people who are filmmakers, for example, you and all those people, all your friends,
Taking
you know.
all of my answers.
And yeah, like that's what inspires me.
No, I agree. I think it's really about the people that you work with, and when you're working with people that have positive attitudes and are the go-getters and the dreamers that are pursuing their dreams, it just makes it more fun. And if you're not having fun, why bother doing it?
Aww.
That's why he's part of Passion Driven
He
Productions.
is. He's part of Passion Driven Productions because we're all passionate and driven and awesome.
true.
And love you guys so much. Thank you for coming.
Love you guys.
Thank you for
Thank
having
having us.
Thank you. We're going to have a short, like a 1-2 minute break, and we're going to be right back with Laurel. Who's coming with us first? Sib Law and Jennifer from Mom Cave will be here with us.
Oh,
so
yay.
Stay 1 second. Be right back.
Bye.
Isis, you're so cute.
I think he's going to try to come back.
Okay. Hi. Oh my gosh, you've been so great with the tweeting. Ah. Ah, thanks.
Well, thank you, Jenna.
You're welcome.
Caller, are you sure you're going to be able to make it through this whole hour? You good to make it the rest of the time? Okay. Well, what I was going to say was, if this is going to run till it's running late, you could keep working. She could do the next two, and then you could do the next two. So at least you're only doing an hour and not. It's up to you. I just don't want you to stress. I know, right? That's like you're trying to remind them.
I'm gonna leave the area if I'm not.
I'm hungry too. Okay. Come on, we gotta go now. We gotta go now. We gotta go now. We gotta go now.
Call me or text me if you need me to come back.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me, Justin?
All right, checking mic 2. Checking mic 3.
Mic 4?
Yeah, thank you.
Mic 4.
Are you on?
Mic 4. Mic 4.
Check, 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 check.
Cute dress.
It's so cold in here, though. I want to put my sweater on so bad.
Oh, I totally did.
Okay, ready, guys? Let's do it. Let's do this. Let's do this. Do 10. You're behind.
Tweeting, pre-show tweeting.
10
Are you going
minutes.
to count me down?
Seconds.
Can we make funny faces?
Yes. Like we're scared? Hi.
Hello.
Look who's back.
Yay.
Collier has the same eye problem I have. We've gained luggage over the last few days.
Thanks for pointing that out.
We're very tired. We need to just say it. We need to let them know.
I have like red eyes, and it's not from fun activities.
Yeah, we're in Vegas, but we're not having a Vegas experience that most people have. We're getting no sleep because we're up all night making things for the IAW TV Awards.
Yeah.
Which I know I keep pointing out are tonight.
Yes, tonight.
So Collier is going to be half here with us with his brain. The other half is contemplating how he's going to fix all the problems he just found out he has.
Yeah, because I finally just got in the room to see all the screens we designed for the award show.
I won't let him tell me the bad news. Sorry, I can't do it. La, la,
Yeah.
la, la. He can tell me after
Good
the
times.
show. But we are
Nothing
here
like working
with,
when you're blind.
We are here with some IWTV
Yeah.
award nominees.
Yes.
And the former, there's a word, the something with an E that's a big fancy word he'll tell us, but it's the former president of IWTV Awards.
Yeah.
Or the whole IWTV organization. I've had no sleep. I take no credit for how bad this interview goes right now. One of us has to be coherent. This is bad.
Yeah. So anyways, if we go to camera 2.
So hi, so we have Sib and Jen, who, when our camera guys switched to you guys, there we are.
There they
are. You guys are nominated for Mom Cave, which is a whole sort of, it's for the reality category.
Well, we're nominated for Best Live Show. Mom Cave is our channel as a whole. We have 4 original web series that are comedies for moms, and one of the shows is Mom Cave Live, our weekly live show, and that's what we're nominated for.
So when people go, if they Google Mom Cave Live, they're going to find you, like no problem?
Yeah, on YouTube, our channel name is Mom Cave, and we have a website at Mom Cave TV.
So what is that show like? Because obviously we don't get time to watch the web shows that are nominated because we're too busy working on the web shows.
Yeah.
Totally.
Tell us about it.
So this was all Sib's idea. I have to give him credit. I thought it was a crazy idea. He said, why don't we do a weekly live show with you and a couple of other moms just talking shit. Can I say shit? Sorry.
I've said shit many times, and I keep counting it out how many times I do.
Yes.
That's
so
2 now.
So I was
okay.
like, who wants to watch some exhausted, sarcastic, snarky moms drink wine and talk from their homes? But we gave it a try, and it's going great.
I was gonna say that sounds like a lot of people actually would.
Other exhausted,
would love it.
Drunk moms.
I'm not drunk, but I may sound like it right now. But I'm an exhausted.
Even sober moms like the show.
As a mom, you often feel drunk when you aren't.
That's true. Even like when you're being a parent of a show, like you feel like you're producing, you're directing a show. It's your baby.
Right.
You're just always exhausted.
Yes.
Wishing you were drunk.
Right.
Sib, you tell how you got involved. It was your idea. Why moms?
Well, so the story goes back even further. So Jen and I were both part of the IWTV's writers group in New York, and Jen brought a script, and it was awesome, and it's also on the channel now. And as we were reading the script, there was this scene where it was like an awkward nursing moment, and I was like, oh my gosh, what if we did a show just devoted to awkward nursing moments from mom's perspective?
Again, I said, that's crazy. Okay.
And she goes, okay, let's do it. And about a year later, we found ourselves in Central Park with fake babies and moms, and it was awesome. And so we did this entire show. Sorry, I'm not talking to the mic very well. And so it's been this awesome collaboration from the beginning.
You know what I love? The takeaway from that for me is that you're this sort of attitude of like, I have an idea. Okay, let's do it. And that's what we kind of try to encourage our audience. Like that's really how you create. It's like right or wrong. It may fail, but really is there any failure because you learn and then you do something else. And so is that sort of an attitude you guys adopt in your creative lives in general?
Totally. I mean, the biggest barrier before I ever started producing anything was like, how am I going to do this? How will I pay for it? Will it be good? And it's just about getting over that and knowing you might totally fail. It might suck. But if you don't start, it's never going to happen.
It's sort of that, you can't have greatness without messing up along the way.
Yeah, totally.
And I think, in series that are geared for the web or in indie sort of situations, I mean, as a filmmaker, we do these things and really, there is a lot of times no pay or very little pay, but the payoff is in seeing the work and going, I made that. Like that's my baby that was birth. I can't
Yeah,
remember
no,
I just said that,
totally.
but
No, but that's true.
but that's the payoff that you get, and that's what makes it all worth it. Like these screens, for example. Like when you see it up there and you do something that looks cool, it's like, oh my God! Like even though.
Oh yeah, he's been
it's
in labor
just-
for
it's
probably 3 days. I
3-day
wish.
labor.
I don't know if the camera
no,
might
no.
have to see
In
the belly,
labor?
but let's hope that your labor's like a couple hours.
This is my
Feels like a
second.
hot
They
tub.
say it goes faster, so I'm hoping.
I won't say anything about it for her. We'll just let her believe
she
that.
has bad news.
But no, you really do. You're exhausted
Yeah.
because you're painstakingly wide awake making the best possible product. But you love it, and it's all about the.
I think there's this, as filmmakers, you get to the end of it and you've built something with a team, with other people, but you get to the end of it and it's like, we made this thing. And it feels that sense of accomplishment is your base level of entry. It's like, okay, well, we did this.
Yep.
Then you can go back and assess it later. But
Right.
at the very least, you did it.
I think a lot of people are too hard on themselves at that stage too, where it's like, this isn't perfect, or I'm waiting for the perfect timing, or whatever it is. It's like you have to just do it because it's never going to be perfect. I'm sure Quentin Tarantino, all these people who we look up to who made these masterpieces, look back and go, oh, I wish I would have done this, or I could have done that different. It never changes, so just do it.
Yeah, it's so hard as a writer because you see it in your head as you're writing it. It will never come out the way you wrote it.
Never.
And that's really hard to let go of. I'm trying to learn that. It
No,
might come
it
out
is.
better, but never the way you thought it would.
Never.
Yeah.
And you have to trust that your team, you have to trust your director, you have to trust your actors, and trust that whatever they're doing is hopefully better than what you ever dreamed of.
So on the channel, there's a show called Slummy Mummy that Jen wrote, produced, directed some of the episodes, and edited some of the episodes as well, and stars in. And it's awesome.
Thank you.
I think it's absolutely fantastic. So moms, go check it out.
That's awesome. Well, I think that I think that I don't know who you guys are up against at this point because we have 33 categories of awards. So I've tried to get up on everybody's stuff, but it's just too much. So who are some of your competition in your category?
Well, the first one I really want to mention was kind of part of our inspiration. So I want to give a shout out to Super Geeked Up because we always watched that show. And when we had this idea, we called up Jeff from Super Geeked Up, and he gave us some pointers of how to run a live show.
You said, Jeff, how do we do this?
And he told us. And so
It's going to be really funny if you beat him now.
No.
He's going to be like, damn it!
He won last year.
yeah,
You got enough time.
he's great. And what are the other? We have What's Trending.
What's trending? AMC. There's a movie review show.
ABC, they actually won for something last year too.
They did.
And the So You Think You Can Dance after show.
Wow, that's a great. You guys are amongst really great people. Like
We are.
freaking
Yeah,
A.
it's good
Like
competition.
for you to go, we had an idea, and now we're nominated against these amazing and shows with money.
Yeah.
Other than maybe Super
Yeah.
Geeked Up.
Keyword money. to
Yeah,
make them.
that we do this in our living room. Sometimes we do it in the bathroom, hiding from kids. Like, it's literally no money, just us talking.
And you're now nominated. That's great.
That's an honor.
I really wish you guys I can't say I'm rooting for you guys because I might offend the president of IWTV, the new one. But
we love
But I
him.
really love the underdog story, and I feel like you guys are the underdogs. So
Wow.
I'll have the fingers crossed.
Thanks.
So let's end with our little speed round.
Yeah, our speed round.
Now,
So,
go. You want to? We'll just make up some shit.
well, I,
Three.
you know what is the one thing that as a mommy needs to be available to snack on during the show?
Oh, coffee. Really good, strong coffee. I don't like weak coffee or cold coffee. Like, Crafty better have good coffee.
Well, if you said, what's one thing that better be in that craft services room?
I'll drink that coffee.
If you could film anywhere in the world, where would you film?
We got to film some of the episodes of Slummy Mummy in my apartment, which was awesome because I never changed out of my pajamas. That was my wardrobe, and we filmed all day. The only thing better than that could be like filming in a jacuzzi or something. It was awesome.
No, I think I would take the pajamas over
Yeah,
the jacuzzi because
in your
jacuzzi's
own
gonna get
apartment.
hot
Yeah.
after a while. All day, it'd be too
With
much.
the lights.
You know, and all that. Yeah, it'd be
Yeah.
too much.
What about you, Sib?
I think I'd go to like someplace sort of vintage.
Really? I
cool to
like
do,
that
vintage
idea.
Moms.
Yeah. You
There
should
we
do
go.
that.
Do it. You know I have the wardrobe.
You could also do moms on the road and do like a road trip with the kids in the back going, are we there yet? Are we there yet?
We did make a video like that for ITV Fest on our trip to ITV
Nice.
Fest in Vermont.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's cool.
Let's as a mom, what is the one thing? What is your greatest escape?
Oh gosh. It's going to have to be
Wine.
Yeah, I was just thinking, can I say wine? Like, do I say that too often? Do people think I'm a wino? It's a glass of wine in the bathtub with the door closed and nobody talking to me.
Nice. Don't worry, they'll just be child protective services at your door when you get back. It's fine.
Yeah, if they watch the show, they might.
What's your greatest escape as the dad?
Greatest, for me, so I'm on the road a lot for work. So my greatest escape is actually coming home.
Oh, that's nice.
Sweet.
And final question, you want to ask the passion?
Yeah. What? Well, I mean, you kind of talked about it earlier, but what drives you? What creates your passion to make?
What inspires you to be better
inspires you
filmmakers?
To be a better filmmaker.
Watching all the nominees and to vote on them this year was amazing because you could just see there was a wide range of work and there were so many people who, like us, just did it on a shoestring or no budget and made something awesome. And so that was really inspiring.
So the other thing is, coming to an event like this and meeting other filmmakers and then going, oh, how'd you do that shot? And they're like, actually, I lost a GoPro doing that shot. But you get like the real life stories,
Yeah.
stuff that doesn't even make the special features.
It basically reminds you that we're all in the same boat. Even at the top of the food chain, we were talking to Black Magic about their new little cameras they're making, or all their cameras really. And from the top of the food chain at the studio to the film student, they're using the same cameras.
Wow.
And that makes you kind of go, okay, I've got this. We can do this. Thank you guys so much for being on the show. And you guys at home, tune in at 8 p.m. at iawtv.org and watch the live stream and, root them on. And if you're here in Vegas, come to the show at the Paradise Center. Is it the Paradise Center? I'm very tired.
The Paradise
They've told me
Pavilion
6 times.
Paradise something.
It's in the
Paradise
glorious
Pizza?
Westgate Hotel and
Westgate,
Conference area.
Westgate, 8 p.m. Tell them you're there for the IWTV Awards. Tell them Jen Page sent you. And I'll take care of you.
And then they'll direct you right over there.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Give us 2 minutes, and we're going to be right back with the executive something important of the IWTV Awards, who produces things and
So
writes
producing
things
and is
for
nominated
it. And
several
basically,
times,
I just love him because he's been like, we've been cheerleading each other along through this tiring, exhausting process.
Yeah.
So Jonathan
Yeah,
Robbins will be
Jonathan
right
Robbins.
back as soon as we're back. Give us 2 minutes. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Oh, yay, fun. I'm glad I told them they needed to get you because you're going to be fun. You can, and you can be totally geeky and fun there and just nerd out. Hi, good morning. I can't take it all. I'm so tired.
I'm gonna ask about the shirt that I'm wearing.
You got it.
This is it's not. I don't know, like, is that one of your shows or something like that? Because I'm gonna basically say no, it's not. And I'm supporting a hashtag called Trainers United.
Okay, awesome. I love it. And then we can talk about how we should support each other. I love that. That's great. Great. Good one. you so much. And seriously, good luck tonight. Oh, yeah, I need more luck than any of you guys, I'll be honest.
Woo! Woo!
Yeah! I think this is the delirium kicking in at this point.
It's demonium! Delirium! IWTV! Yes!
Okay. We are ready when our wonderful Justin and Dennis are ready. Let's just do 10 since we're running so behind. I know we keep going a little bit over, but at least at 10 we kind of at least actually wrap up. If it's we are ready.
Let's do a count.
Right.
Hi
Here we are.
again.
We're back. We are back again!
The delirium is kicking in. We need some
Aye.
sleep.
Yes.
I think he's actually sleeping right now. I'm so sorry.
What?
So this is awesome because now we actually have the person we can blame for having no sleep on our
So
show.
excited right now.
We can just berate him for a good 15
So
minutes.
excited.
He can't say anything because he's
So
live.
excited.
So here we go. Jonathan Robbins.
Hi. It's
Hi.
great to be here. Thank you for having me.
Okay,
on
so
Filmmaker
give them
Roadshow.
your actual
And
title of the award that you are for the award show.
Grand Poobah.
Grand Poobah.
Grand
I could have
Poobah.
said that.
I'm the executive director of the IAW TV Awards. This was an appointed position to a board member of the awards. Basically, I'm the sucker who agreed to do it. And
That's how I got my job on the
and
awards.
that's how I got my job.
It's a trickle-down
It's a
effect.
trickle-down effect.
I mean, it's been an absolute pleasure, though, because we've been able to do things like the theme of the show this year is Pioneers, and we'll be talking about the pioneers of web series. And
Yeah.
and I've learned just from doing this myself, and so I know people will for some people it'll be reliving shows that inspired them, and for others it'll be learning about the shows that were the first web series, and
Yeah.
just to be able to, I think that is the single best reason I feel glad that I have given 5 months of my life double full-time hours to make this show happen. And
I want
couldn't have
to
done it without you
give
guys,
him
obviously.
crap over us being tired, but if you look at Jonathan, he looks like he's about to collapse.
But it's a good collapse. It's a really good collapse.
It is. And we've been kind of teasing that there's a big super secret fun thing and that everybody should tune in at 8 p.m. and watch.
Yes, you do not want to miss the top of the show.
It's gonna be
Our
fun.
host is unbelievably funny. It's going to be so great.
It's not that good. Don't build it up.
It-
I always say people
Just-
It'll be okay.
just
people build it up
say
and then
it's
they're
gonna
like,
be-
that
Well,
wasn't.
you should have drinks
It's
first.
okay.
You should definitely have some
Yeah.
scotch and then watch the show. But
Well,
you
in
know,
general, right?
in general.
What is this shirt? Is this Demonium one of your shows?
No, Demonium is not one of my shows. Demonium is nominated for 6 awards tonight at the IAWTV
Wow.
Awards. It's
Wow.
from Argentina, and I'm wearing their shirt to support a hashtag called Creators United.
Hashtag Creators United.
Creators United.
I
It's all
love
about
that.
creators showing support of each other's shows and kind of promoting each other, because we're, in our industry we promote ourselves so much. It's nice to take a chance to actually promote somebody else. And
I
what
was
they're
talking
doing.
about that at the top of the show, how our socials are supposed to be a community.
Exactly.
I love this. Hashtag Creators United.
That's right.
I think we should get that trending tonight. Justin, if you're doing
That would be
anything tonight in that chat room, hashtag Creators United.
Creators
If
United.
anything trends, I think that should be it.
That would be fantastic.
I love it. I think that's something that we all sort of strive for. We're so busy, I think, and
Yeah,
engulfed in our
yeah.
own things that we forget sometimes that, the support, our support of each other is actually what keeps us going.
I mean, honestly, I didn't know what to expect going into this job. I had no idea what was involved in putting on a live show, a live awards show. And I was, I think, pretty much ready to shoot myself. And then Jen came along, and everything changed. And suddenly she had an energy and a fresh perspective, and she said, I've always wanted to do blah, blah, blah. And I said, I wanted to do blah, blah, blah. And then it just kind of
Super
snowballed
secret
from there. And
things.
that is how it works, super secret.
No, but and then through the process, like every time, even on our film sets or when we're in the projects, even
Yeah.
here at NAB, we have our little tiny team of people. When one of us is like, I can't do it, I'm tired. Someone else is like, we got this, we can do it, and that keeps you going. Or being here and you're like, my series is great, or I love my series, but when I see other people and the things they're doing, it makes me go, oh, I want to raise my series to that bar.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that is what tonight is about. It's
Yes.
a celebration. This is a celebration of the community, of the international community that has, I mean, when I entered web series, it was already quite far along in growth. But at that time, the concept of a web series being produced in a small country on the other side of the world that I was watching, we didn't have that yet. We were
Yeah.
watching things that were produced in Los Angeles or maybe some things produced in Toronto and New York. But to see now that it is grown and we have gigantic web series communities in Australia, in Singapore, in Scotland.
In
I mean,
Canada.
It's remarkable. In Canada.
Have you noticed the accent at all yet?
Hopefully not.
Not. What about a boat?
About.
I always give him so much credit.
About.
He slips every once in a while. So I've noticed there's a lot of Canadian submissions this year.
There
you
are.
guys are coming in full force.
It's interesting in Canada. Canada has sort of been leading the way in terms of embracing web series. There is an organization called the Independent Production Fund, which took a leap of faith, and they've invested, I guess, about $1 million, maybe $2 million a year across 15 web series as a capital loan. What do they call that? Like an investment loan where they expect to get the money back, but they know right now that it's not going to happen. There's no web series that's going to make them that money back, but they believe that it's going to happen, and so they're using this time to get in now, so that when it does happen, they're in the right place for it. And they're
Is
making
there
the best
room
stuff.
to move up into your apartment?
This is why
or
people
house in
move. This is
Canada?
why people move to Canada. They health insurance and movie
movie money.
The Canadian Screen Awards, we had Kiefer Sutherland introduce a montage of great content that was
Wow.
created in Canada. And it included Orphan Black and it included web series, all in the same montage. It's not being talked about as this is a web series and this is a TV series and this is a movie.
Yeah.
It's just content.
It's just content. Yeah, that's cool. That's very
Are
cool.
you finding, because we at LA, there's a lot of, it sucks for people in LA, basically. There's a lot of productions that go to Canada to film.
Yes.
So how does that affect you? Because you're also an actor,
I am,
beyond being
yeah.
your own content creator. Do you find that you're getting more opportunities as an actor then?
It's interesting. The American productions that film in Canada mostly cast in LA and fly people up. And then the Canadian actors get the very, very small roles. It's kind of a catch-22 as an actor because the casting directors have a very narrow budget for casting. So in LA, they might, for a lead role, see 20, 30 people. In Toronto, it would be 6.
Oh, wow.
And then what happens is there's no room to take risks. So they bring in the 6 people they know they can count on. And then the LA production companies and casting directors say there aren't really very many good actors in Canada because they're always seeing the same 6 people.
Yeah.
So we're not going to give them much money. We're just going to cast it in LA and we'll bring people there. And so it's kind of a catch-22 to be an actor in Toronto. They say you have to, if you want to film in Toronto, you got to move to LA, and then within a couple of weeks, you'll probably be making a show back in Toronto again.
Is that what led you to being a content creator and creating for the web?
It is. I think it was a need to have control. I had some success with commercials and a couple of very, very tiny parts in big projects, but I wasn't creating most of the time. Most of the time I was waiting and getting frustrated. But being a content creator, I was able to write and direct, and I could be creative 24/7.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then ironically, in the process of writing and directing, it opened up acting opportunities for me in other people's work because I
Nice.
got to know the community.
Well, I also say that, and I try to tell our actor friends this, that like you have to show that you're you're proactive and take it, because I want to cast actors who are doing shit for themselves. Is that number 7 on this shit?
Number
That's
7.
8. So
I'm glad I know we can say that now.
I want to do that. It's the web, right? We're
Yeah.
allowed to do this, which
That's
is
right.
great. But I want to cast actors who are doing things for themselves,
Mm-hmm.
and so when you're out there making stuff, then I want to
Yep.
be involved with that, and I wish that I could get that through some of their thick skulls.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry if I'm offending you, and you're my friend, but you know what? I need you to understand that. I love, like, our friend Malia finally listened, and she made Macabre Mondays, and it's adorable. It's her personality. She just takes her camera, and she talks right to the camera, and she tells this weird history of, LA macabre stuff,
Yep.
and she likes that stuff. And it's getting her out there. and it's reminding people she's there. It's so simple. It's an iPhone.
And it doesn't even have to be on camera. I mean, I became known as the creator of Clutch, which was this gritty femme fatale action series. And I got to know other creators in the online community, and then ended up auditioning for one of their shows. I wouldn't have auditioned. He wouldn't have known to offer me the audition if he didn't know a little of who I was and get to know me through the other side of the camera. So I feel like it's not.
Well,
even
we want to
necessarily
cast
about
our
being
friends
on.
too. That's the truth, because
Of
you want to
course.
work with people you know and trust.
You certainly want to work with someone who you know what you're going to get from them.
Yep.
You know they'll be able to deliver. They're going to show up on the day, and it's one less headache. So why wouldn't you want to work with people that you're already familiar with?
It's probably why Collier. I will reschedule shoots to get him as my cinematographer, because at this point, I know he'll deliver. As you'll see, even when you see the final product at the awards, he volunteered to do it, and then I was like, make it simpler, and he won't, because he wants to bring the best thing he can with the time and the whatever you've been given, basically.
Toothpicks and
When I give you toothpicks
Elmer's
and
glue.
Elmer's glue, you make nice log cabins somehow, though. That's my point.
They're like, here's some chewing gum. Do you like peppermint? Yeah, I love peppermint. No, we only have watermelon. Oh, great.
But they want peppermint. They want you to. They want
peppermint.
They want peppermint, but they're offering you watermelon.
Yeah.
Totally. Get
I'm
it.
quite happy.
It's like
with
those
spearmint
astronauts that were
myself,
stuck
so.
in space, and it's like, wait, we need we need to stick the square peg in the round hole so we can
Yes.
get back to Earth. Survive.
Apollo 11, one of the greatest
How do
movie
we-
scenes
how do we
ever.
do
Ed
that?
Harris. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was awesome.
Oh boy.
Great.
Jen
So
has no idea what we're talking
I know,
about.
I'm
Just
so
keep going.
tired too that I'm only hearing half of what's happening. Tonight they're gonna watch the awards show, and it's, luckily all the cues have been written in a script, because otherwise they'd be like, why are we watching a black wall? Because Jen's like,
Yeah, but we can't have black walls.
oh, that's right.
That's the whole problem.
Don't remind me. Don't remind me. So before we wrap up, let's do a quick speed round with Jonathan.
All right, speed
Sure.
round. I like speed rounds.
All right, Jonathan, what's the one thing that better be a craft service?
I couldn't even hear the question.
Oh,
What
what's
is
the one?
the one thing that better be a craft service?
Oh, smoothies.
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 You have a set with
I don't know what
smoothies?
I don't know what production you're
What
working
the
on
heck?
that has
Canada.
a
Come to
smoothies.
Canada.
But that sounds pretty great.
Oh my God, we were lucky if we have fruit on our
Yeah,
sets.
right?
We show up to sets and they're like, here's your graham crackers and your stale cookies.
On Out With That, actually,
And
the
toothpicks.
person handling, did I say out? No, I didn't. I said Out With That. The person handling craft services, Nadine, who directs her own web series, Leslieville, she was so awesome because she wrote all of the actors and said, if there was one thing you couldn't live without on set, what would it be? And I said, good quality juice, like, fresh pressed juice. It was always there.
Aww.
She made sure that everyone felt taken care of. And
That's
that a little
awesome.
step like that, oh my God, the work we were able to give was so much better because
Absolutely.
we showed up and we felt like we were valued and we felt like our needs were going to be taken care of. And then we were able to be vulnerable on camera and blah, blah, blah,
That's
blah,
great.
And
You know
it's
what, before...
just like the little things. Just say even like water. I remember I was a best boy on a show, on like a show with a real budget.
blah. Right.
And I remember going to the set on our load-in days, and there was nothing for my crew, like no water.
Wow.
And I went to CVS, and I bought the water. I brought it back, so we had water. Just something as small as that, like
Yeah.
it's like $3.99.
It makes a
come
huge
on,
difference.
just to say,
I always
hey,
try to have
you're on a
water in casting
soundstage. It's
rooms,
90 degrees.
you
It's the
know.
middle of summer.
Yep.
Here's some water.
You know
gonna
what?
help them do their job.
Before you go
Yeah.
finish our speed run, I failed.
Yeah, we already went off
no,
on a tangent.
but I failed. I totally, because I'm tired.
Wasn't very speedy round, was it?
We talked about but we also we talked about how much you're running the show, but we haven't talked about the fact that you're nominated all over the freaking place.
I am nominated twice in the same category, which is crazy talk.
And as an actor,
as an actor, yeah. And
that should get you more work.
it's
If nothing
crazy.
else,
Yeah.
that should get you more work.
It's so bizarre that I came into this as a web series creator and as sort of a failed actor, and now I'm kind of in it as an actor, and that's what's standing out. And I didn't get nominated as a director, as a writer, as an editor, and it's totally cool. I shouldn't have been. I'm glad other people were, but it is kind of ironic that the thing that wasn't working for me is now because
And
of
tell us the name of your two
diving in.
series that you're nominated for.
Out With That, which I just mentioned
Out With
Nadine
That.
from Out With That, and Haphead, which is a sci-fi show about the gamers world, kind of set in the near future, post-apocalyptic.
Which is
style
totally
future.
opposite from Out with Dad,
They're
which is
totally different style.
Tell them about
shows.
what that's about.
Out with Dad is a wonderful story about a teen girl who comes out to her single father. I'm the single father, and they have to just deal with that. And what does that mean for her? What does that, it's not easy to come out anywhere. And Toronto is a relatively easy place to come out, and that is, it's set in Toronto. It is recognized that it's easy, but it's still not easy. It's still so hard. And so we have people all around the world watching this show for whom they come from countries where being gay is a crime. And there's nothing else that they can see or watch other than going on YouTube and finding web series that express these stories that they can relate to. It's unbelievable.
That's one of my favorite things
like,
about web is that
and
it's international, easy.
It's
not
transparent. Won 2 Emmys, I believe, or two Golden
right.
Globes.
Yep.
And that like the LGBT community is really being represented in web-based series.
It is.
Yeah.
And I think it was because of that opportunity to go and tell a story that you want to tell your way without gatekeepers saying we don't have enough of a market to watch that.
Yeah,
or blah,
nobody's
blah,
going to
blah.
watch
That's
this.
not
It's not our demo.
What it's saying is, on the web, you can do it your way.
Yeah, you can.
You sure can
You
say that.
can.
Watch tonight at 8 p.m.
She's
So
good.
really quick, we'll do the real speed round, really fast.
Craft service. If you could film any place in the world, where would it be?
I just filmed in Prague, and I wanted to say Prague, but I already filmed there, so I'm going to say something else, Australia.
All right.
Nice. What are our other questions? My mind is blank, and I'm very tired.
It's a really slow
what is
speed round.
we already did craft services.
Okay, how
Our
about
PAs are now reminding us what the
is
questions
your,
are.
What is your ideal project? Like, what is the next thing or the thing you wish you could make?
I really want to make a feature film follow-up to my series Clutch. It would be a feature film about the human trafficking industry and girls who escape and break free from
So it's
that.
a comedy.
It's a comedy. It's a romantic comedy.
Romantic comedy.
It's called Trafficking.
And finally,
we have one piece. What's the one piece of gear you can't live without? Since we're at NAB show and Media Expo, it's about gear.
That's a darn good question. I would have to say my iPad Mini. When we filmed down in LA, we couldn't bring all our gear with us. We filmed the last episode of Clutch that was shot down in LA, and we used the iPad for the slate. We used the iPad for the script. We used the iPad for the continuity reports, everything. So,
nice.
That couldn't have been done 10 years ago. It's just pretty awesome how much that one little device could help us on
pretty
set.
Crazy.
Yeah.
And
the production photos, too.
And what inspires you to be a better filmmaker?
Other filmmakers. Jason Lever, who directed Out With That, getting to be directed again made me want to go back and direct again. Just experiencing both sides of the camera, I think, is good for anyone. If you are a director and you get a chance to try acting, even if it's in a short film that no one's ever going to see, just do it to gain an appreciation of what everybody does on set. I mean, that's... If the director's job is to coordinate everybody and to utilize all of their talents, then the best thing you can do is understand their perspective of what they need.
Yeah.
And actors are delicate creatures.
That we are.
And speaking of actors.
Well, before
We
that,
have one
I want to
coming.
just say thank you so much for
Thank you.
not only being here and when we're all exhausted and delirious and can barely hold sentences together, but for your encouragement and your sort of camaraderie as we've gone through this process together. Like, there's no way that this would have worked. I don't think with anybody else that we like. There's
It
just
is a
something
dream
about
team.
the
It
way
truly
we've kind
is a
of
dream team.
our team. Yes.
Yep.
So thank you and
Thank you.
good luck to both of us tonight.
Indeed.
I will see you on the red carpet later. You guys, please tune in if you're at home again. It's 8 p.m. Pacific time. iawtv.org. 8 p.m. Pacific time. And if you're here in Vegas, come to the Westgate to the Paradise Center and again.
North
Go
Pavilion.
to the door and say Jen Page said you could get in.
If you've got a VIP badge, if you've got a speaker badge, if you've got an exhibitor badge, any of those will just get you in for free. If you don't have one of those badges, but you still want to come,
Name drop.
then just
Name
say Jen
drop.
Page sent you, and you'll still get in
Because
for free.
seriously, if you're watching this right now, you earned it.
There
I'm
you
just
go.
going to say you earned it. All right, so give us 2 minutes, and we're going to be right back with David H. Lawrence, the 17th. And that is, if you don't know, you're stupid. No, I don't want to call you stupid. You're no, but it's,
You are uninformed.
You are you are under a rock. If
You will know soon. David H. Lawrence the 17th is an awesome guy with an awesome resume.
Yeah, he's most of you know him because he really came out with Heroes, and he was the puppet master and freaking creepy and scary. I actually met him when he was pretty much first started here in LA, and we'll talk about that. And we'll be back in 2 minutes with him, so stick around.
Thanks so much, guys.
Oh my gosh, this feels like so much work this morning.
Oh my God. Thank you for that hashtag. So they're, like, I'm watching our tweets, and usually our tweets are doing like 80, 90.
I'm glad you got sleep because one of the three of us needs to be coherent in this interview.
One of the three of us? Oh, are you not?
Nope. Collier, we gotta go. See if anybody is
Tomorrow will be a good time because I'm going to sleep tonight. What's that? Tomorrow night or something?
Okay. Here we go. So, Dennis is. Yeah.
Woo! Exactly. We just start getting slappy. Fighting the power.
Woo! God. See my real badge. Horrible.
You're checking though to see if anybody actually tweets to us, right? Ask us questions.
Why are things being repoed?
Oh, if you guys get questions, you should just jump in. Yeah, so we didn't.
Yeah, you always do that. You always go, hey.
Is it something we can still answer?
No, if we're not,
if we're not rolling today,
But it wasn't directed to one of the guests. Okay.
Are we doing
Great,
are we doing
okay.
Meerkat?
So we're gonna answer this
Meerkat!
about it. Yes.
I can't see my glasses.
Okay, so what's the first
Nutella?
project that you did?
Who said that?
Listen. We're gonna answer the question. What's the first project that you did that made you say, yes, I think I'm onto something? So think about that for a second. I'm gonna read these.
It's a Nutella. I've only had Nutella once, and he gave it to me. And I would never have it again. Yeah. Leave from Wake Up. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, we're ready, guys. We're ready. Ready? Yeah, let's do it.
Sure. 5, 4, 3,
Hi.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Hi. We're on a giant screen. We can wave. There we are.
Look at
Hi. So we are back, and I got no sleep in that 2 minutes. So
No sleep. There was no naps had.
none. So let's.
But it's exciting
Yes.
because we don't need a nap for our next guest because
No.
he's super awesome.
He'll just puppet master us to be like we're awake. That's how it works, right? He's actually really mean when he's a puppet master. I hope he doesn't do that on this show.
I know that'd be.
Okay. Oh, God.
Oh.
It's happening. And here he is, David H.
H.
Lawrence.
Lawrence, the 17.
Hi. I was told to be really up and bright and happy so that everyone would be excited. It's great. Thank you for having me on the show. Am I talking to that camera or am I talking to you? What do I do? I've never done television before. I'm not quite sure how to do this. Hi, what's going on? I just, you guys have me on a schedule that is interminably annoying. I mean, to do the things that normally I come here and, I'm fending off autograph seekers and throwing Sable aside and wending my way, and it's great. I mean, this is where I lived for 38 years before I became an actor, was NAB in Las Vegas. I was in radio, and this was the place that I hung out, and it was like sex on a stick for me. New consoles and mic processors and automation systems, and I mean, this was like the one time of the year, this and CES were the one time of the year that I just totally immersed myself in my glory and didn't blame myself for being a geek. I just loved it. Are we done with the interview? Is that it? Are we done?
That was great.
Thank you.
That was fantastic.
Snooze. But this is great, and now NMX is part of this. I remember it was like a decade ago that somebody, I think it was Edison Research, predicted that podcasting would kill broadcasting.
Really?
Hasn't happened yet. Probably won't happen just because of the money involved. There's a lot of big, deep pockets in broadcasting, but slowly but surely we're seeing them move over to that space. But anyway, what did you want me for?
I also feel like with even the broadcasting, if you listen to Sirius, any kind of talk stuff, it's taken on a more podcast style.
Well, Sirius, of course, isn't, they're not subject to the FCC's rules. And so I was on Sirius, and I was on, the first 2 hours of my 3-hour show was on broadcast, so I had to be nice. And then out came the swear words in the third hour for Sirius alone and the podcast version of the show. And, I think that the idea that, we are restricted by the government because we're trying to protect our kids is interesting. But it doesn't seem to be harming the kids over in the UK, right?
Yeah.
Because in the UK, you don't have to censor yourself. They do on out of kindness.
Right.
But if if the F word slips, nobody's going to jail for 5 years, right? It is here. So. Yeah.
Well, and now all the kids don't even watch TV.
No.
They watch YouTube, which is uncensored and awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if the content's awesome, but it's awesome that they're uncensored and have a platform.
Yes.
Right.
I'm liking how David was kind of bringing in the geopolitical landscape into the conversation.
Yeah, I
now
do what
I'm
I can
more awake
to expand the intellectual, zeitgeist of the conversation.
Yes, thank you for that. So, you said you were in radio for 38 years?
Yeah. And they keep trying to drag me back in. There's not
Well,
a week
that's
that
no
goes
surprise.
by where a program director in Boise doesn't call and go, "Do you still have that radio show you used to do about technology?" And that's because they can't get Leo Laporte's show, so they call me, and I'm like, "No, I haven't done that for almost 10 years." In fact, I made the NMX used to be NMX grew out of Blog World and the Portable Media and Podcast Expo, and I made the announcement that I was leaving radio and only going to do new media in 2007, and then 4 months after that, I got Heroes because I wanted to drop radio and concentrate on being an on-camera actor.
Right.
And you don't know this about Jen, but Jen was actually the very first person to cast me ever once I'd moved to Los Angeles. And so, there's a question from one of the viewers as to how you knew when you made it. And I knew I made it when I had a call time for Jen's show.
Aww.
Now, I was not number one on the call sheet. In fact, I don't think I was on the call sheet. I think it was like an email message via Breakdown Services Actors Access. Can you be at a certain place at 11 in the morning? And we were there. It was.
You were really funny. That was it was a tiny little role.
I was a bouncer, right?
What's interesting is I created that because I was an actor who couldn't get even an audition in LA because it's just so.
So you created your own content.
So I created my own content.
Absolutely.
And that was before I knew anything about web or anything. I just knew I needed to create my own thing.
Yeah.
So we created the film festival. We all shot 5 short films over 5 weekends. I did 2 of them, and you were in 1. So really, it was kind of a first for me too. As a first as a producer,
Yep.
first as a sort of producer star of something.
Yep.
Yeah, so let's go to that question since you brought it up. So
I was trying to steer that question,
Lee?
and then he.
Well, you
kinda-
spent way
he
too
get
much
that.
time on the word geopolitical.
Yeah.
That was the problem.
Lee at Lee Fobert, he says first off, he says he just wanted to give a shout out, and he thinks Collier needs some Nutella.
Which I've only had one time, and that was because of Lee. And Lee was like, "You've never
Everyone
had Nutella
needs
before?" And I
Nutella.
was like, "No." And I tried it, and I was like,
Lee
"I
was
can't ever have
awesome
this
on
again
the set
because
of our
I might."
show Wake Up.
Is he talking
Yeah, he
about
was
Nutella,
fantastic.
the Shoutcast plug-in, or is he talking
He's
about
talking about
Nutella?
pure
the
hazelnut
spread?
The spread. He's
spread.
talking about the
spread.
spread.
Yummers.
Everyone needs Nutella.
Everyone needs Nutella.
Exactly.
But he asks us, what's the first project that you did that made you say, yes, I think I'm on to something?
That's
that's-
absolutely
that's
was
great.
it. And then, that was like 4 years before Heroes, because I moved to LA in 2003, and I think I did your thing in late 2003 or early 2004. It was very soon after I'd gotten there, and I thought, okay, this is cool. And then I started, doing student films, and I hadn't gotten much training at all. And luckily, all you had me doing was standing there looking, menacing.
Well,
So
what I think on our film in particular, the first thing the big memory I have of David was we did all that with no money. I mean, back then you could actually pull in a bunch of people to do things for free because it wasn't over inundated with digital cameras and such. We were
Sure.
still filming on mini DVDs, and we had no money when it was all done, and we had all these films that they had shown at the film festival. We had all these really cool people like Dan Myrick came out to judge and all this stuff. And we were like, well, we need to make a DVD for everybody, and we don't have money. And he literally gave us the money to make enough DVDs for the entire
yeah.
cast and
Aw.
crew.
I read that.
I
Yeah.
never forgot it, ever.
Yeah, that's great.
And it's always like, that just shows the kind of person you are.
Well, I mean,
and you didn't have, it was like you were still a struggling actor at that point,
No,
too.
I wasn't.
He was like, I
no.
don't struggle.
I own my own radio shows. I believe me, the big elephant in the room when it comes to acting and production and everything is a lack of money. And thankfully, I have been financially safe from the 80s on, right? So I owned my own radio shows, so I was making the money that networks usually make on their shows. So I built up a huge war chest before I decided to leave radio with skid marks behind me, because it's such a crappy business to be in. If you're not as a syndicator, if you're not part of one of the big 3 syndication firms, so there's Westwood One, there's Premiere, and there's whatever they're calling the ABC networks now, Entercom, whatever. There are a couple of other players, but if you're an independent, there's no sticks left. There's no radio stations left because those same companies have bought up all of the good signals. So I was on the last 2 huge radio stations that weren't part of one of those companies, WOR in New York and WGN in Chicago, and about 150 other stations that really didn't matter to my bottom line, and XM and Sirius. So I at one point had a 24-hour channel all to myself because CNET Radio kind of went under, and then I was the only show on CNET that wasn't owned by CNET. So they came to me, XM came to me and said, can we just run you 24/7? We'll run your show, like yesterday's show before this show and then the day before. And so it's sort of this rotating cycle. And they said it'd be like for 2 weeks before we find somebody. I was on there for a full year.
Wow.
Jeez.
And there were DJs and talk show hosts in the industry that were like writing me going, what do you have, pictures of the CEO with sheep? How did you get this deal, right? And so I made a shit ton of money.
Nice.
During that year, and then thereafter, because I was also on the Stars channel next to Howard Stern. So people would dial too far and they'd hit me, and it would be great. So, but the point is, I wanted to go back to this idea of being financially safe. I teach voiceover in LA, and I teach from 3 categories, 3 perspectives: the art, the commerce, and the science. The art of how to do commercials and narration and all that. The science, the technology, how to use your microphones.
Right.
But the biggest one that I see people responding to and sometimes pushing back on is learning the business of the business. Am I going on too long?
No, we're going to go
No,
long
no,
because we haven't
no.
even touched on the base of what we want to talk about.
Oh, okay.
This is all great stuff, though.
So there is this thread that runs through almost every artist that I've encountered in LA in particular, because it's ground zero, right? It's where everything that's important is either made or greenlit or written or,
Right.
there's this attitude that some artists have that if they become good at business, somehow it's going to make them a lesser artist. Like if they touch the filthy lucre, then they lose their artistic abilities to a degree. And that could not be further from the truth. Anybody you want to trade your life for, like I'd do Paul Giamatti's life anytime, right? I just look like him. I'd love to play some of his parts. He is a consummate business person. Any A-list actor is either a really good business person on their own, or they've got the good sense to surround themselves with people who are like that. And these people that push back on the, oh no, I don't want to know anything about the business, you're killing yourself. You're crippling yourself. It's horrifying. You have to be financially safe. Otherwise, you're going to be up all night wondering how you're going to meet the rent, and you're not going to be worried about your performance.
You're not even at all thinking about acting at that point, because
No.
I've had actors who have literally turned down roles because it conflicted with their waiting tables job.
Yeah.
And now I don't know where they are in the world, but they haven't moved up with the rest
That's
of the
exactly
people
right.
who are like, screw it, I'm in.
You have to figure out how to, and creating your own content, especially in the voiceover space, there's lots of ways to make money doing that. There's lots of ways to make money that are more allied with the industry than being a server or being a barista or being a tutor.
Absolutely.
You know, the fact is that producer is not going to come in and order that mocha latte from you and say, you know, I'm going to put you in my film.
Right.
It's just not going to happen. If it does, it's a fluke and you can't count on it or plan for it. But you can plan for financial safety. And for me, I am never, ever going to be struggling when it comes to money. It's just not going to happen because I don't want that worry in my life.
Is there a piece of advice for our filmmakers and our actors and such that are watching that you're like, if there's one thing you can tell them to do to start helping their financial situation?
Sure. Become educated about how money works. Become educated about what money is useful for, what it's not useful for. Make sure that your goals around money are proper and correct and not, you know, oh, if I just use the attraction principle, the money will come to me. No, that's not going to happen. Also, look to yourself for your passions and create content. You have the ability to create content. Create content around your passions. I have a story about how I did that. Are we going to a break? Or
No.
So when War of the Worlds came out, Tom Cruise, War of the Worlds?
Yes.
Yeah.
I knew that War of the Worlds was a public domain book. It was written in the 1890s by H.G. Wells, not Orson Welles in the 30s. And it took place in London. The book had been public domain for 50 years, right? And so as the movie came out, it was getting an awful lot of press. And so I narrated the book. I created an audiobook out of the book, just MP3 files. And I created a one-page website that said, before you see the movie, listen to the book. Now a major motion picture starring Tom Cruise from Paramount Pictures, blah, 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 coming out June. All the same words they were using in all of their marketing, I was using on my page, referring to the movie, right? And I sold over 3,000 copies at $10 a piece in the 3 months running up to the movie's release and the month after. And it was just because I saw what was happening. You know, look, Disney. Almost everything they do is based on public domain works. Frozen is based on the Snow Queen, which is a Norse legend, right? Or a Swedish legend, something. It's somewhere where there's snow.
Yeah.
And, you know, all of these things that they do so they don't have to pay royalties or pay a writer.
I think a lot of the web series are starting to do that now. Like the Lizzie Bennet Diaries they were huge because they had the right timing with Jane Austen's, I think it was like the Jane Austen anniversary or something was happening.
Yeah.
There was like this right timing, and they just hit.
Sure.
And now they're all getting these,
And I tell my voiceover students, Grimm's been on NBC for 3 or 4 years now. Once Upon a Time's been on ABC for 4 or 5 years now. You've got Sleepy Hollow. You've got, Pick Your Poison, any of these shows that are based on public domain works are in Cinderella. I have a client who just read the Cinderella from Grimm's Fairy Tales and put it up in the same way that I put up. So you should go check it out. It's Cinderella and Sarah Beth Goer. She's just wrote it and she is in class. I was teaching this is what you can do with fiction audio if it's in the public domain, and she did it. And I've told over 500 students in the last 3 years, do this.
Isn't
She's
that
the first
funny
one that
how
did it.
much people do not listen to the?
They don't.
You're like,
They're like, that can't happen.
I can cut 10 years of life off of your career with this one piece of advice, and people just, I'm going to do it my way anyway.
Yeah, that's the answer that I get. I take an actor out to lunch probably twice a week. I want to give back to where nobody did that for me.
Yeah.
And I see them making so many mistakes in terms of marketing, in terms of training, in terms of, in Hollywood, it's like if you go to Hollywood and Vine, there are like 60 guys with their hands out going, I can help you if you give me money.
Yeah.
And they don't have the money to give. So I try to sit down and say, hey, these are the best practices as I know them. Try them this way, see if that doesn't work, and have this kind of attitude about your career. And maybe once out of 20, 30 people, somebody will actually say to me, I really appreciate the meal, thank you. But I think I'm just going to keep doing things my way.
It's insane.
And it's
I get the same thing.
it's because they've been told from the get-go, from when they were 8 years old and could sing, the sun will come out tomorrow. They've been told they're special, and they've been told that they should do things their way and they should march to that different drummer. And there's an awful lot to be thankful about that. But the idea that you can't learn from somebody else's mistakes and successes is crazy.
And especially when you have multiple people telling you, like I do actor reels for actors. Like they come and they go, I have no footage, I need to shoot stuff, whatever. And we'll sit down and for an hour we'll narrow down what their niche is. So like here is what you could go into and get cast as right now as a guest star.
Yeah, and they don't want to hear it.
No, because they want to play Lady Macbeth.
Right.
It's like you will eventually, but let's think of that. I don't want to be pigeonholed. You won't.
No, you have to be
That's
wanting
what I tell them.
to be pigeonholed.
Exactly.
Remember,
I'm like, play the best nurse on every TV show you ever can.
There's riches in the niches.
The root word of typecast is cast, which means money, which means a paycheck, which means artistic success.
Which means a casting director going, oh, you were on that other show. Let me put you on this show.
You just need a little bit of footage with that network bug in the lower right-hand corner that says you didn't get fired at the table read, you didn't get fired during tech, you survived the editing process, you didn't end up on the floor, and you didn't piss anybody off. You didn't get fired. And that's usually all the casting director really needs to see is that NBC logo or that Fox logo. They're like, good, somebody else took a risk on them. I don't need to worry about them. I can send them to set.
I think this is a great way to go into this couple stories I love from you that I know that I don't know if a lot of the audience knows. One of which is, so you finally got on Heroes, and you thought you were up there for an episode. Was it one episode you thought you were for originally?
No, I was. I was cast for one episode. What they were doing in season 3, it was called Heroes Villains, and what they were doing was discovering and dispatching with a new villain every week. So somehow that villain would die very creatively, right? These were not the super villains like Siler who would stay on the show forever. Well, we were shooting Monday morning, July 8th, 2008, not that I remember the day. Anyway, we were shooting from I think call time was 7:30. We started shooting and we were having a great time, and Jessalyn Gilsig was my love interest at the time, and I got to kiss her a lot, which was great. Anyway, so we're shooting, and all of a sudden, around 11:30, the writers and the producer, Jeff Loeb, who's now the head of television for Marvel, nice connection to make, left. They left the set. We were on location in East Los Angeles, and left the set. Didn't come back till 5 o'clock. And at 5 o'clock they came back, and we'd shot all day long, having a great time. And Jeff and the writers returned, and Jeff goes, as we're turning around, he goes, "We need to talk."
That's never anything you want to hear when you're on set.
Never. No, you do not want to hear that. So we go into this little side room, and he hands me this script, and he goes, "We have some new sides for you for Wednesday." And Wednesday was the day that I was supposed to get shot and killed.
Now, you got to set that up by telling everybody, you told me you were rehearsing this death scene. You were going to have the best death scene ever.
So I'm reading the new script, the quote new script. And the only difference is, instead of me getting shot with a gun and dying, I get hit on the back of the head with a chair leg and sent back to prison. And I don't see any difference in the rest of the script. And I'm like, but I rehearsed my death scene all weekend. I just blurted it out, right? I was going to be the most subtle, sad, awesome death ever from a gunshot wound. Anyway, so he goes, "Do you want to die? Because we want to keep you. We've already talked to your agent. You're in the next 8 episodes." And I'm like, the death scene wasn't that good. It wasn't where I wanted it to be. You know what I mean? So, it was one of those things where they really thought that what I was doing with the part was getting more out of it than they even had written. And that's what they kept saying all the time. And they kept saying it for he was finding things in the words that we didn't even know were there. And it was great. And it was just one of those things where I was supposed to be in one episode, and I ended up being in 3 seasons. All through amazing. 3 seasons as not a series regular, but series recurring. And it was just a life changer. It was a life changer. And it was because, I'll tell you why that happened. It happened because of a book. The book is called Secrets of Screen Acting. And if you don't know this book, and you're an actor and you're watching this, you have to get this book. Because it teaches you everything they don't teach you in acting class. From the technical side of how to do acting.
Yeah.
how to meet the camera, how to hit your mark, how to vary your vocal levels with the size of the shot and things like that. It's brilliant. Patrick Tucker wrote it, and the third edition just came out, and that story that I told you is in the preface of the book, yeah, including when the director accused me of lying about it being my first time on set. Because he said, you know things that people take years to learn. How do you know this? And I pulled out a copy of Secrets of Screen Acting. He goes, from a book. Really? From a book, really? And he starts leafing through, and he goes, oh, my God, he's telling them everything. So, yeah.
That's great. And then, so you're sort of a pro. Back it up. Bloop. We'll edit that later. You're an advocate of. I don't know if advocate's the right word, but you believe in casting director workshops because you believe in meeting casting directors, and you will tell. I know you'll tell actors you should go see certain casting directors, and they will say, "I'm not going to do that."
Right.
But yet.
So if I was at NAB and I was selling mic cords, mic cables, and I saw the head of Best Buy, believe me, I'd be taking him out for dinner. I'd be going out for a round of golf, buying him a hooker, whatever it took to get my stuff in front of him because he's my customer.
Right.
And your job as an actor, just as your job is as in any entrepreneurial activity, any business activity, is find your customers, figure out what they want, and give it to them.
Yep.
If you can. So if you can't because you're not represented or you don't have a very good representative, if you can't get into those rooms and show them what they, then find a way to get to them. And I don't care. I've set aside, I spent probably $40,000 on casting workshops, which I made back in about a month and a half on Heroes. $40,000. I went to probably 350 or so casting workshops. That's where my customers are.
Yeah.
And there are people watching this going, no, that's pay for play. That's bullshit. Trust me, everywhere, that's how it works. And again, it goes back to if you don't have the money, you don't necessarily have the access. And people find that very unfair. Well, welcome to America. This is a capitalist society, not a communist society. There's no socialism going on here. And the idea that those politicians in Sacramento who want to prevent you from doing that, they hold these $1,000 a plate dinners to raise money for themselves. And they don't see a problem with the access that those people get. So the idea that money gets you access is really important. So it's another reason to be financially safe so that you can make sure you're in front of your customers, you can market yourself, you can show them what you can do, and not even give it a second thought.
So tell them what happened after here. You might have still been on Heroes, but you were doing a casting director workshop.
How do you remember all these things?
Because there's
this is
awesome
crazy.
stories.
Are you talking about Lost?
Yeah, I wasn't going to give that away until
it's
the
all right.
story,
No,
but you
well,
just gave it away.
No, that's not the punchline of the story. So so I go in for a casting workshop. I've been on Heroes for a while, and it was for Valerie who cast, or Victoria cast Lost. And so one of the questions that was asked that very first night, it was a multi-night casting workshop. One of the questions that they asked was, are there any shows where the actors that are on those shows you blacklist, you don't hire for Lost? Because if you're going to be on a medical procedural like Bones or Grey's Anatomy, you're not going to be on another medical procedural like House. Right. This, that was the example that I would use in the days in that season because they didn't want to see the same faces, right? So and she goes, well, Heroes. And I gather all my stuff up like in a big show, and I'm going to walk out of the class. I was joking. And she goes, I'm sorry, are you on that show? And I'm like, yeah, I'm a series recurring. She goes, sorry. Next day, she calls me in because we'd done some work that night. I showed her what I could do. I worked, and she's like, yeah. So she calls me in, and she books me. And so that happened before the second week of the continuing workshop. And I shot 2 episodes of Lost, 6 seasons. I'm one of the 4 actors that are on both Heroes and Lost. It was because of a workshop. And I came in for the second week. She goes, you don't have to work if you don't want to. It's like, I already cast you, okay? And I'm like, I want to do it. Of course, I'm an actor. I want to do it, right? So it was great. And it's one of those times where you go, okay, even though the rule is blah, if you're good enough, if you're right, if you're the right actor for the part, then you can break the rules creatively, and people will break the rules for you. Just be prepared, be prepared to take advantage of what you need right at that moment and just know that you are enough. You are enough.
I think it goes for filmmakers too. Yeah. Like we get so caught up in I haven't, I never directed real TV. I directed a lot of web series, directed 4 feature films, and then I was like, but I want to break into TV. I want to have a paycheck that way. I don't know how it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And a week later, a TV show fell in my lap. And a lot of filmmakers might have been like, well, I can't do a live TV show. I've never done it. No. And I was like, I will figure it out.
When I got the call that, my agent called me and said, you should let your kids know you're going to be on Heroes. I'm like, that's how you tell me I booked it? And he goes, oh, yeah, tell them. So it was like that's like a moment in your life as any performer where you go, okay, now I actually have to I have to really want what I say I want and do what I'm gonna do and grab it with gusto and just kill it. Like you can't be tentative at that moment. I couldn't have been happier. I couldn't have been more excited. I was napping when he called, and I was pissed that somebody woke me up from a nap. I was so not pissed after that conversation. I was like, awesome. And I went out and I got like some spaghetti. It was like, I don't know. I just did these, it was a little happy dance, because I knew that no matter what that was, it was going to be one of those fulcrum moments that would change where I was at in my career.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Well, also though, you take advantage of that because I think a lot of actors get their one moment, they get their one time on TV, but they don't prepare for it. They don't go in there and balls to the wall, do it all the way.
Appropriately.
Right.
Appropriately. It's not like if you're hot dog vendor number 2, you don't want to go in and go, here you go. That's not doing it balls to the wall gusto, but knowing what your appropriate point is and your appropriate role is in the storytelling and really making sure that that's what happens. That's exactly the point.
With
and
a good attitude,
but there are people,
and that's part of it too. Like just going in there and being happy.
But how many actors have you talked to who said, "Look, I just want one credit on a network show. That's all I want. I'll know I've made it when I do that." Well, that's the bar that you've set for yourself. My bar is I want to be number 1 on the call sheet from now until I die. That's a very high bar,
love that.
right? And so I'm in a show right now where I am number 1 on the call sheet, and as long as they have me on the show, I'm happy. It's a show that's making me a lot of money. It's called The 49ers. And it's on Hulu, and it's completely sponsored by Subway, and I've been in all 4 seasons, and I love these people, and they tie into my approach to the business because they're all about creating content for the big brands that have big advertising budgets and creating Hollywood-grade content. Do you know who Jamie Widows is?
The name sounds
Jamie
familiar.
is one of the most prolific sitcom directors in the business behind James L. Brooks. He's in that same category. He did 2.5 Men, Big Bang. I mean, he's like been directing. He's one of the vagabond directors that has made it big time. And he's directing this. And working with Jamie Widows means I also work with Doris Roberts as my co-star, right? And I work with, these big names that he knows and can get to be in the series. And so it's great, and I love it. And it's the future of what we're doing in some way. It's one tendril, but it's back to the future because it's the exact same thing that the soap companies were doing in the 50s. They owned the shows. They would use the products in the shows. Everybody would be smoking the Chesterfields, or they'd be using the Duz dishwashing liquid or whatever. They owned the shows. That's why they're called soap operas, because soap companies, Colgate-Palmolive and others, owned those soap operas. And so that whole business of being funded by big brands is nothing new. It's just everything old is new again, So it's just awesome.
I love it.
Yeah.
I'm like sitting there. All I was thinking was, I just started to get these tingles of like.
I'm just soaking all this.
Well,
I'm
like something's
so
gonna.
quiet.
Well, but like I get this feeling like something's, like there's something big about to happen. There's this feeling in the air. Like it's already happening for you. You're already like well on your way. But like I just feel like when he says those words for us personally, like I feel like. So, with the web, with everything going on.
Mm-hmm.
I know I'm very tired, so maybe I'm susceptible to like,
No.
weird energy.
I think we are. We're kind of at the cusp of where the business is going to be changing. Right now, there's a paradox of choice. There are so many choices for people that in the old days when it was ABC, NBC, CBS, and PBS, and that was it. Mm-hmm. You could say, yeah, I watch Dallas. Yeah, I watch, Wonder Woman. Now people go, do you watch, there's 2 shows that where orange is the first word. Orange is the New Black, and then there's another one, Orange.
I don't even know the other one.
Yeah, and so it's like, do you watch that? And I'm like, yeah, oh, you mean Orange is the New Black? No. This is another show that's on Showtime or something. And like, no, I can't. I kill myself trying to watch all the shows that I want to watch.
Right.
And there's so much good stuff happening. And now, if you want to put it on the web, you can still make a shit ton of money. Right? Are we allowed to? Am I allowed?
I think that's number 8 for shit. That made 9.
9.
Okay, great. But the point is now there's no there's no one's gonna you don't need permission, and you can do it your way.
You could do it on the web.
You can do it on the web, and it's like and not only that, it's not going to be guaranteed that you won't make money. You can figure out ways to become a YouTube star without showing your cooch to TMZ.
Yep.
You know, you can figure out ways to do this. These ways never existed before. There was no independent television scene. You know, you needed permission from the big networks to get on the air. And now, no permission is needed. And if you're really good and if your story resonates, you can actually make money with it, which is awesome. It used to be you couldn't, but now you can.
And it's definitely tough, and it's a big road ahead for web and content creators, but people are showing that it's doable, and that's sort of audience watching. Tonight you're going to be presenting an award at the International Academy of Web Television Awards, and it's something that I feel like you support, because you're even saying now this whole Subway series, we're going somewhere with this. It's gonna, something is
You mean
going
I
to
got
happen.
selected for that category without them knowing I was on a show like that? Interesting. I'm going to have to talk with Tim. Find out what's going on there.
I think they just wanted you to present first.
Oh, okay, great.
Because you're the big star.
Oh, sure I am.
You're
Bria's,
number one.
I'm number one.
You're number one.
Bria's going to be there. I think Roger's number one on the call sheet for this show, but
Don't tell him I called you number one. He's
Okay.
already mad at me.
Yeah. No. Bria Grant's going to be there from Heroes,
Yeah.
and
Oh,
Bria
that's right.
played the Speedster. She's awesome, and she uses my app Rehearsal, which is great. I love her for that. She talks to everybody about it. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. So again, if you guys are at home and you can't get to Vegas, tune in tonight, iawtv.org at 8 p.m. Pacific time. And if you're here, Westgate,
Come to the Westgate Hotel,
Paradise Center,
Paradise Center,
8 p.m.
8 p.m.
A little before 8 p.m. because you got to go to the door and do the whole
Do the
Jen
whole thing.
page so that I could get in thing.
Yep.
So before we wrap up, speed round.
Speed round. All right.
Go for
David
it.
H. Lawrence, the 17th. What is the one thing that better be a craft service?
What?
What is the one thing that better be a craft service?
So that's a trick you can use when somebody asks a question and you're trying to think of an answer. You've heard it, but you actually go,
this. I
what?
love this.
And then you get a little bit of extra time to figure out the answer. So the answer is the Uncrustables
Oh my God.
from the strawberry ones. When they're at the craft services table, I like go and give the crafts person a tip. I like thank you so much, and ice cold milk. So Uncrustables and ice cold. Look at
Oh
this.
my God,
physique.
you're like a
I am
12-year-old.
a
I
12-year-old.
love it.
What are you
so
kidding me? Arrested
much.
Development. That's me right here.
I love
Forever
it.
teen. But Uncrustables, strawberry, you got my attention right off the bat. I'll know my lines if you get me Uncrustables.
What's the one piece of gear you can't live without?
What? So the one piece of gear I can't live without is probably my iPhone. My
I was
iPhone.
going to say your rehearsal app probably.
And my rehearsal app on my iPhone.
Yeah.
But the iPhone is, I mean, technology in general has been such a boon to me and so supportive. And I worked in technology for years and years and years. I worked at AOL. I was the first voice heard on AOL after the guy that says you've got mail. So when they started actually doing live audio on AOL, I was the first voice heard there, and I created the radio stations for them. But I think my iPhone has changed a lot about how quickly I can adapt and move in this industry. I got an audition for Community, and
On Yahoo.
No, this was when it was on NBC, and I was working Heroes the next day when they wanted me to come in. And my agent called. I was at my agent's office, and they called him, and they said, "Well, we can't see him tomorrow because he's working. We're going to make our decisions tomorrow. If he can get down to Paramount, and this was from Studio City, if he can get down to Paramount by close of business, it's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we'll put him on tape." Well, I could get there, but knowing my lines, and so I had, Voice Memo. It's a built-in app on your
Yes.
iPhone. If it didn't have a repeat, if it had a repeat function, I probably wouldn't have created Rehearsal.
Ah.
Because I was going down the 101 driving, trying to get there in time, looking for the soft button on my iPhone to repeat
Yes.
my lines, because I'd recorded my lines and I was learning my lines on the way to the studio.
Yeah.
And I'm like dangerously driving, weaving in and out of the lanes on the 101 down to Melrose. And I'm like, there has to be an app for this. There has to be. And there was, but it was horrible. It sucked big time. So I created Rehearsal, and it's become an industry standard. I have like 70,000 users.
Wow.
And people from the very tippy top of the A-list all the way down to students just getting started use the app, and I couldn't be happier about that. And it's one way that I stay financially safe.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Um,
It's called Rehearsal 2. It's in the iTunes. And no, there is no Android version.
There's no Android.
I'm really tired of you guys move on.
Well, it's only because
Blah.
Android
Nah.
people. Okay.
What? All right, so.
They give me crap
What
about
is-
being an Android user
Well.
24/7 around here.
I mean, it is the industry standard of choice. I mean, all the professional apps that have been developed for the iOS. So I'm sorry. I'm really
Well,
sorry.
then the iPhone should develop things like swipe and work better
there
with
is a
my
swipe.
Google.
There is a swipe for yeah, there's a swipe.
Are you an Android user, Rick?
Okay.
Are you around for a second? We're
Okay,
gonna
this
sit
is
and
my
talk.
interview.
So,
I love Apple. Anyway.
what is
If you could
if you
film,
could film
okay, go for it.
if you could film anywhere in the world, where would that be?
Anywhere where I'm number one on the call sheet.
Number one?
I don't care.
On the call
I mean,
sheet.
there are places that I don't want to go. You know, like I don't want to go out to the desert and
I
like
hate
get
filming in
burnt.
the desert.
You know, I'm not somebody who's like, you know, up for the Burning Man shoots.
Yeah.
That's not me. I like being in a nice, comfy, air-conditioned studio with, you know, a nice big chair with a side pocket for my water and my.
Yeah.
my
You know what my question is then, because
Okay.
I have a favorite.
Okay.
If you of all of the lots in all of LA, where is the one where you're like, I want a show that's on that lot every day?
I've never shot a show on the Paramount lot, and the Paramount lot is just like so iconic and lovely.
It
And
is.
I've shot almost everywhere else. Fox is beautiful. You
Fox
know,
is too far to drive.
it is. You can't get there from where because Jen and I live in the same city, and you just can't get to Century City from where we are.
Can't.
Yeah, it either takes 15 minutes or it takes 5 hours
Yeah.
to get there.
Yeah.
So, but I think I'd love to shoot at Paramount. I've shot at Columbia. I've shot almost everywhere. Sunset Gower is, of course, my love from Heroes.
I
but-
have to. My thing is, I want a bungalow on Universal Lot
Oh.
because I need to take break because Harry Potter Land's going to be there in 2016. So I figure I could take my breaks and go have butterbeer.
This is a great reason to want to shoot
Don't
there.
you think?
Sure.
Okay, everybody in the audience is nodding, right?
Okay,
We're getting
great.
applause over this.
I once wore a shirt that says, "You know Dumbledore dies on page 536, right?" Oh my God, did people piss on me for that?
Who is Dumbledore?
We're not getting into this
I
conversation.
don't even know.
So
Let's give it. No, let's give it.
he's a
so-
character that
so-
dies apparently on page 536 of one of the Harry Potter books.
What is the
It's
Give the fashion one.
What drives you to become a better filmmaker? What inspires you to be a better filmmaker?
So
a better performer?
I'm actually I help filmmakers. I'm not a filmmaker. I'm one of those actors that has no aspirations to direct or produce. I just want to be an actor, right? That's what I want. I'll fund things from time to time. That's not an invitation, but you know. But I don't want to be a producer, director kind of thing. I just love storytelling. I love watching people burst into laughter, burst into tears, get knowledge. I love being one of the catalysts that changes people's lives through storytelling. And that to me is, I'm just playing on the fact that she's had very little sleep, so I've dropped down into phone sex mode.
It's working.
And then it's like, she's like, oh, that's so wonderful. But it's true. It's absolutely true. The idea that you can, just with the words that a writer writes and the environment that a filmmaker creates, that you can change people's lives with what you say and how you move is to me amazing. I used to love it when I was on radio because it was just my voice. I could change people's lives with my voice.
Yeah.
But now I get to use my whole body, and I get to use all of the skills at the same time. That to me is one of the most satisfying things in the world. The second most satisfying thing in the world is that 10 business days later, I get a check. By law.
Awesome.
Right.
Awesome. Thank you so much for
My
coming
pleasure.
over early
Sure.
after we had your rehearsal late last night.
No, well, Betsy's talking. She's doing a speech, and I just figured I'd steal away while she's talking and
Great.
come over and say hey.
Hey, thank you
Yeah,
so,
sure.
so very much.
My pleasure.
Again, you
Thank
can
you.
see him on the stage tonight presenting an award and maybe other things.
Other things.
Hint, hint.
Maybe.
Wink, wink. Tonight, streaming live, 8 p.m., iawtv.org, or here at the Westgate in Vegas. Come to the Paradise Center, 8 p.m. And I think we're going to be back in 1 second. So just hold tight. We're going to fade to graphic now.
Now.
Dang
Boom.
it. That didn't work. Wrong.
The
that-
wide shot.
My magic is off.
Magic.
Rick, you're here. We should do 5 minutes. We do 5 minutes with Rick, and then we'll.
dokey.
Oh, I'm so cold, but I don't want to wear a sweater
You
on
want to wear
air.
my jacket?
Should put your jacket on for this.
Here, you want to wear this?
Should I put it on for the whole interview? I should. Kanye's really stressed. He's got to get these screens. He just found out that our screens aren't broadcast working somehow or something.
Oh,
weird.
no.
So he has to redo them all. I love it. This is great.
Whose fault is it? I am talking to Justin because we need to test the microphone.
It's just been not. It's been
Mic
working
tests
blind.
are important.
You can't see anything you're doing, so you don't know. Hey, man.
Not good things
Here we go.
to do.
We'll try to
I
be
like.
positive. We'll talk about all the bad things.
This will be the debate of the dueling Rick Calverts.
Oh my God. That's right. I still have this, so they let me in.
I have to pee. Can all the audience hear that? Audience, Jen Page has to pee.
Jen Page has to pee.
You know, I don't know if Dennis was this funny on day one, but he's really funny today.
It was wasted on me. I looked. I'm like, who's Dennis? Hi again.
Here we are.
Thanks for hanging around. If you've been hanging around,
Thank you.
It's
Thank you
been
very
a
much.
little bit longer show because we have
A longer show.
a lot of people floating around because it's the awards tonight.
Yeah.
And it's really cool that we're gonna just really quick. We want to introduce you to somebody that's been. I don't know even the word is. He's just been awesome to us. Not only do we have the New Media Lounge space that we're filming from at NAB show, but he's just been a supportive person
Very
through this
supportive.
whole awards process.
Absolutely.
And he is, I'm going to say the CEO and founder of New Media Expo. He'll correct me if I'm wrong. But Rick Calvert, thank you.
I was wondering where this person was you were talking
joining
about.
us.
Yeah.
He's even so supportive that he loaned me
He
his
lets you his
jacket 'cause I'm
jacket.
so
Cold.
cold. So Rick, thank you really for being
You're very
here.
welcome.
It's been people have been coming by, they've taken pictures, asking questions. Like this is such a wonderful spot that you've given us. So thank you.
Well, you're very welcome, and forgive me because I got a sinus infection last night, so I'm a little foggy at the moment
Oh,
on drugs.
don't worry, we're on no
We're
sleep.
on no
this whole
sleep.
show's been delirium today.
But I'm thrilled that you guys are here, and Collier and Jen, the work that you guys have done on the award show this year.
thank you.
I can't wait to see it, and it's one of the things I haven't had to do, be so intimately involved with. Just say, yeah, go do that thing, and so I'm just going to be a fan watching the show, and I'm excited.
Thank you.
Thank you
Lower
very
your
much.
expectations, so then you can.
Yeah.
We can blow them away.
From here to here, somewhere in here, or maybe
What,
maybe
tell,
here.
what has this year been like for you? Because I know there's been a lot of talk for New Media Expo. It's a very different year for us because last year was my first year, and it was at the Rio, and it was an enclosed space, and we mixed and mingled. So how has the vibe been for you as far as like sort of trying a new thing?
I think really good so far.
Great.
Again, I'm trying to give you the enthusiasm through my
the
fog.
sinus infection.
But again, the space is gigantic now, right? The people, you were here at NAB last year, so you know what that looks like too.
Yes.
But most of our attendees have never been here before, so they don't know what this looks like. So it's infinitely bigger than it was last year. I guess anticipation is what it is. Everybody can't wait to see what the award show looks like. Everybody couldn't wait to see what NMX looked like when they got here.
Yeah.
And I think they're very, very happy. So.
And I think what's interesting is that like what I love, like for our badges, for instance, we have our little NMX tags. So as soon as you see someone with
Yeah.
one, it still has the same vibe of like we're allowed to talk to each other.
They're
You're gonna
part of
wanna
our
talk
tribe.
to me. We love you.
Yeah.
It's a support. NMX still has that. Even though it's bigger, we still have that support of the community for each other.
Yeah.
Which is something you've created.
And the other people, here at NAB will ask, what is that thing?
Yes.
What are you crazy kids doing over there?
Yeah.
Which is
yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I don't know if you heard this, but yesterday I had my panel that I was moderating, Women in New Media. We called it a passion-driven perspective. I walked in, last year our Women in New Media panel was maybe 20 people. This year I walked in and there was people sitting on the floor.
I heard it was standing room
so
only.
packed.
Yeah.
I almost had a panic attack, and then I got over that, and then we had tweets out the wazoo. Like we've never had so many tweets, and like people were really blown away. Like people have been just inspired by the things they're learning, because I think we're so different from NAB with the program that we bring.
There's an energy.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a different energy, right? I mean,
Yes.
film broadcast industry has been around for a really long time, and new media is that new. So there's a newfound energy and excitement. People are doing things in different ways than have ever been done before, and that is contagious. It is infectious. And I heard about your panel. I didn't even know that it was your panel. I'm sorry, but somebody said.
I love that
the
you heard about it, though.
Somebody came up to me and said the women in new media panel was so awesome. They could have done it all day long. They said,
Aw.
They said it could be a whole track next year.
Oh my
So
gosh, that just gave me the warm
you had
fuzzies.
great, yeah, you had great
See,
compliments.
Collier's about
and,
to be on.
And I also heard not just your session, but the other web video sessions were several of them standing room only, which is a huge.
It's a huge change from last year.
Absolutely.
Which is great. Because normally it's all the podcast blogging ones are the huge ones. So that's great to know that we're starting. Because we had a lot of bloggers and podcasters in our session. So they're starting to even get hip to knowing it's all kind of a crossover.
The media revolution is taking over video. That's what it means.
Yes. Collier's doing his first panel of the week today.
Yeah, my first panel of the week today.
With no sleep. His brain on
That's
board.
because we had to, bring down your energy level from here to here.
That's a good way to do it.
Yeah, so we're going to be at 1 p.m. We're doing our writing for web series panel, and it'll be
Yeah.
interesting to see the difference because, I'm wondering if bloggers are going to attend that as well. Because what I've noticed is a lot of bloggers and podcasters, especially, are wanting to know how do they make that transition into web video.
Everybody wants to do video.
So it's great to be part of that and be part of the revolution with you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, though, for letting us be a part of that and for this beautiful space.
Yeah, thank you, Rick.
And
again, it's a love fest, right? Thank you to you guys, because I don't know if people understand how much work you put into this.
Oh, they don't.
No.
Yeah.
No idea.
What is that? We're tired and exhausted. People are like, what? It's some screens at a theater.
When you say you haven't had any sleep, you're not kidding. You really haven't had
We
any
really
sleep.
haven't, no.
And not just for the last 3 days, but for the last couple of months leading up to this.
Building to it, yeah.
With all the rehearsal. Again, I just found out you guys have been rehearsing, in L.A.
Yep. Doing
ahead of
super
time.
secret things.
Super secret things.
And we're going to be that tonight. So, Rick, you're going to come and join us and watch
Yes,
and support
cannot
us.
wait.
And
Yeah.
if the show tanks, if it's the worst show you've ever seen, just promise me you'll just go to people and be like, oh my God, you see how good the show was? Did you love the show tonight? Just start spreading rumors of how awesome it was.
You got it.
All right, guys. So
Now, when I say the show was great, people are going to go, wow, it really sucked.
dang it, I ruined it. You guys, if you're still watching, thank you so much. We are
Thank
back
you.
tomorrow at 10 a.m. with some more really cool guests here in the New Media Lounge at NAB Show. But tonight, we've got a lot of work to do.
A lot of work to do. We got to cut out.
But tonight, 8 p.m., iawtv.org. Watch us live. And if you like what you see, tweet it and hashtag Jen, you can sleep now.
And Collier, you can sleep now.
Collier's
Hashtag
no.
Collier can sleep.
Thank you guys so much. And we will see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
All right, guys. We'll see you then. Bye.
Awesome. We didn't get Rick a speed round.
Oh, we didn't.
All I kept thinking was, Rick's probably got a million things to do, and Collier's a million things to do, and I'm just need to wrap this up.
I'm actually slowing down.
Are you good today?
Yep. You guys are working harder than me.
Well, rub it in.
But
We're going to just be here. We decided tomorrow we're just going to stay here all day and just film. It'll be cool. We'll just grab people and do stuff and have some fun.
tomorrow you can do it.
Yeah. We might still be tired, but at least we'll be relaxed.
The victory that will be yours tonight.
Thank you so much. I'm going to get food, which I don't eat.
Yes.
I'm going to get food because Dave's like, you're eating today, I'm buying it. I'm like, okay, I'll eat it. Bags, I need a bag. Call your use a cell phone. Dr. Bar, by the way. I love the Laurel's just like on it. Who am I talking?
Tripod. You see the tripod plate with the power supply that you've got.
I'm going to be I don't think it's gonna be too weird, but I'm going to take the Goonies cast because I think they would fit in really well at Hogwarts. Like the Goonies when they were kids.
That's the most random answer I've ever heard.
Goonies? No, not the current.
Not the current state of the Goonies.
Awesome. All right, Shipley, what about you?
Shilpy. It's okay. It's okay. My kindergarten teacher called me that all year, and it was fine.
We apologize for any butchering of any names.
I would go to the Little Mermaid castle under the sea, and I would take a unicorn because unicorn.
Yes.
You might be Nicole's soulmate.
Yeah, you don't understand. I'm like, love the Lost City of Atlantis and unicorns.
Wouldn't the
So-
unicorn drown?
No,
No, it's a
it has magical
unicorn.
powers.
If you say so.
That's the point of being a unicorn.
Exactly.
Duh.
What about you? Where would you go?
I'm more of a horror geek, so I would probably go to Haddonfield, Illinois, and I would probably bring Dr. Sam Loomis to protect me
Nice.
from Michael Myers.
That's
You're-
scary.
Your choice of vacation spot is very strange.
Sounds like fun. No, you don't think
Not
so?
at all.
Wait a second. But you want to go to Hogwarts where there's like this epic battle happening
No, they
and this
won
guy
already.
wiping out?
They
or
totally won.
Yo,
It's over.
okay.
What about you?
Oh, I think I'd go to Bespin and go there with Lando just because I like the white glove treatment. So I think it'd be cool to, go to his town and just check things out at the
Cool.
at that level.
Would you portray them to Vader like Lando did?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Freaking rebels. Jeez.
I don't know if we can have you on the show anymore, guys. Your choices are questionable.
Let me give a shout out in the audience at International Podcast Day who's tweeting out pictures of us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yay.
So we have some great guests with us, obviously.
They're so.
Well, I mean, we're already
Mediocre.
questioning.
Mediocre.
We're questioning their choices already, and it's been 5 seconds. So we have David Shatnoff. Did I say it right?
Yes.
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 Oh my God, I've been practicing that.
Yay, well done,
Yes,
yeah.
Thank you. You are the producer of Ellie McCabe.
Yep. Producer of Ellie McCobb.
We also have Dan Ast. I
Correct.
also practiced that.
Good work.
You're the creative director of Ellie McCabe.
Correct.
And I'm gonna read it. Shilpy Roy.
Correct.
Did I get it?
Yes.
Amazing.
Don't say Shipley. That's not right. It's Shilpy.
Shilpy.
Unless you're Mrs. Chapman, my kindergarten teacher, and then feel free.
Okay, that's cool. My history teacher all through high school, who was friends with my family, said my name incorrectly for 4 years. Yeah, it was pretty bad. You're the creator and director of Hipsterhood.
Yes.
Awesome. Do you guys want to tell us a little bit about your shows? I don't know who wants to go first.
Sure. Yeah. Go ahead, Dan.
Okay, so L.A. Macabre is it's a dramatic thriller web series about a group of YouTube content creators that get in over their heads when they start investigating a Manson-esque cult.
Yeah, and it's making the festival rounds now, and it's out in the world. We're done with season 1, and we're getting ready to gear up. We're in development right now for season 2. So, yeah, keep your eyes open for interesting stuff about that.
Where can people see it?
It's on the YouTubes. So yeah, youtube.com/grinningmanpictures is the YouTube page. But if you just search for L.A. Macabre, you will find it.
If we watch your show, are we then also going to get involved with some Mason-esque killing sprees?
Maybe.
Okay. Cool. How about you, Shilpy?
So I have a web series called Hipsterhood about 2 hipsters from Silver Lake, which is an LA neighborhood. And it's about people who, when you're in a big city and like in a neighborhood, maybe you see the same person like at the grocery store, at the bank, but you don't talk to them because like that's not something you do in a big city. So it's about these 2 people, a guy and a girl, who keep seeing each other around the neighborhood and think about talking to each other.
Just think about it?
They think. And then finally, at the end of season 1, they do actually talk. And then season 2 is about how do hipsters date when it's cool not to care. So the whole show is really just about like awkward moments between people.
That's awesome.
We're all about awkward moments in this show.
And then where can people see it? Did you already say that?
No,
Okay.
so you can go to hipsterhoodseries.com.
Awesome.
Very cool.
All right, cool. It is time for our first game segment of the show. It is called Character Cage Match. All right, so, yes, are you going to cheer? Woo!
Woo!
All right. All right, and if you're watching on Twitter, please tweet along who you think is going to win this battle we're going to have. All right, so we're going to split into 2 teams, and we are going to get a fictional character, and then we're going to have to argue why our character would defeat the other in an epic battle.
Okay.
All right? So the teams are me, Dan, and Tanya, and then you can stay where you are. It's fine.
Okay.
And then David, Shilpy, and Nicole are the other team. All right?
Team Unicorn.
Okay. Yes.
Who are we then? Who are we? They're Team Unicorn. We're Team what?
So perfect.
Winning?
Team winning?
Yes.
Okay, because we're going to win. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Team Unicorn's kind of claimed already, so
Yeah.
Team Unicorn
Yeah.
is, they're an awesome team. We can't be Team Unicorn. That's
right.
All right, here are the two characters. We have Han Solo versus Indiana Jones.
Come on.
How do we choose?
Who do you want? Who do you want? I'll let you guys go.
Okay, well, here's the thing. My husband is like a giant Indiana Jones fan. In fact, he bought like the costume, like the authentic. Like we've got the whip, we've got the hat. So like I kind of have to go with
I
Indiana
have follow-up
Jones.
questions after the show.
Okay.
I bet you do.
That's good. That's good. I like
He'll
all
be
right,
here soon.
So then we have Han Solo then.
Okay.
All right. So David, Shilpi, Nicole, why would Indiana Jones win? Beat Han Solo.
I think because so we're for
Indiana,
Indy, right?
yeah.
So
Yes.
so Indy's going to win because not only does he have to battle the Nazis and supernatural forces, but he also has to battle dysentery. So in Raiders, if no one's familiar with that, he had a bad case of dysentery. There was supposed to be a big sword fight with one of the thuggies, I guess. No, not a thuggie, but one of the bad characters in Raiders pulls out his sword, starts whipping it around, and because he had dysentery that day, he just pulls out his gun and shoots him. So not only does he have to deal with all these characters, but also with digestive issues. So
This is the first time we've had like a whole backstory on the history of.
Good.
Evidence.
So that's why Indy would win.
Oh, I mean, he's got a whip. Done.
I don't.
Dan,
I'm on team.
go for us. Go for
Okay.
Solo.
See, the thing is, Han shoots first anyway, so while Indy's sitting there watching him whip a sword around, Han's already blasted him.
Right, and a blaster is way better than a whip.
And he doesn't wait for people to
or
wave
a
anything around, he just shoots.
40s pistol.
But I think Indy's kind of agile, so he could probably like
Have
duck,
you seen what our guy does?
somersault,
Come on.
somersault all the
Our
way.
guy made the Kessel Run in under 12 parsecs, number one. Number two, the Galactic Empire is way more harsher than the Nazis.
Number 3, dude survived in
The Carbon.
Carbonite. Dude survived in Carbonite.
Dude, Sean Connery is his dad. I mean, come on.
Well, Darth
Come on.
Vader is his wife's father.
Did we just win?
I think we might have.
I think they did.
Wait, you're on my team.
I didn't think that was a way to. He doesn't have the power of Darth Vader.
Wife's father is really not that aggressive.
I was gonna say, I mean, even I know that.
But I guess
I'm cheering for Hans.
that is a lot of pull. If you have Vader in
Well,
your,
that's
Vader-in-law, come on.
Yeah, he could literally just like, honey, can you go talk to your dad for a second?
Right, and get rid of this indie fellow that's been bothering us.
Okay, so Indiana Jones wins, right? Is that what we're saying?
No,
That's what we're saying.
Yeah.
Twitter,
Unicorn.
tweet out
Unicorn,
who
yes.
you think won, and we'll go on to the next one.
Team
What did I
Indy.
say? Team Indy.
All right,
No.
here we go. Same teams with Tanya. Who do we got?
So we have the Scooby-Doo gang and the Smurfs.
Oh my
I
god.
know, that's a hard one, right?
That's really tough.
That's a Nicole, David. I don't know.
David, you choose this time.
So I think we're gonna go with the Smurfs.
Okay.
I think.
Good
Yeah.
choice.
Okay,
So we're
we're
pro
Scooby-Doo.
Smurfs.
We're Scooby-Doo.
We're Scooby-Doo. We're Scooby-Doo.
Okay.
Gang.
Okay.
The collective.
All right.
Yeah.
So the Smurfs are obviously going to win here
Right.
because there's like there's 100 of them, right? There's like
There's a
101
lot.
Smurfs, including Smurfette, and she's the only female. So you have 100 dudes ready to do battle at any time. If you can mobilize a Smurf army, I think you're done. The opposing force is done. So
Yeah.
I think Scooby-Doo's gang, even though they have the Mystery Machine, I think just the sheer overwhelming numbers here just
They
plays
would
in the favor
overrun
of
the
the
Scooby-Doo.
Smurfs.
I mean,
yeah.
they would just crawl all over him.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
yeah.
I actually have an idea. Okay, so what they could do is they're blue. So they could hide up high, like kind of in a tree, like somehow like in the sky, so if you can't see them because they blend in. And then when the moment you're not looking, they just fall down to the ground and pummel you guys.
Right, except here's the problem. The sky is blue, but the tree is green.
Okay, no, I changed it. What's gonna happen is there's gonna be a really like camouflaged tightrope between trees. They're going to stand on it, and you guys are going to walk underneath it, and they're going to fall down and pummel you guys.
Camouflage tightrope. That's blue.
I feel
Yeah.
like I feel like the Scooby
blue
Doo gang
camo.
just sees a whole bunch of tiny little Scooby snacks running around, and they've all got the munchies. Also, I just want to plug that there's only one female Smurf, and there are two female
Right, and
Scooby
one of
gangs.
them-
So we've got more girl power.
And one of them, Velma, is ridiculously smart. She's like
Yeah.
the smartest.
I'm pretty
girl
sure
ever.
that she would see your tightrope and be
here's
like,
the
you know
thing.
what, I'm just going to cut
Oh,
that
you know
down.
who's the master of setting traps for people? The Scooby Doo gang.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, all the Smurfs have to do is literally start crawling on Scooby Doo gang. They're gonna think they're on some kind of acid trip and freak out. I mean,
But they're so used to
done.
being on acid. It's fine.
Yeah, it's not a weird thing for them
Well, then
anymore.
they'll collaborate and take out, solve the mystery or defeat Gargamel. They'll just work together.
Work together.
Yeah.
I can see that.
I feel like now we're uniting. We're not
We are.
actually
We're uniting now.
We're
Well-
actually, yeah, I feel it could work.
So,
That's
by
what
the way,
unicorns together and win. So,
Yeah.
we got some treats for the last one, the Indiana Jones versus, who was it? Han Solo.
Who did we talk about again?
So Trekkie 1000 and at the Sam Miller both go for Indy. So I guess you guys won.
Honestly, I feel as though you had the stronger argument.
Dun, 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 dun.
All right, so now you guys got to tweet in about who won the Smurfs versus Scooby Doo. While you do that, we have a fan question, right, Nicole?
No,
Or
Tanya
does
has
it?
it.
I
All right,
do.
fine, you have
Yes. So fan question from earlier in the week from @Dezzles in Australia, I would like to point out. If you could buy any fictional character a drink, who would it be and what drink would you buy them?
I would go with. I want to give Hermione like some really strong whiskey, and just see her go
Loosen
out
her
of
up.
control. Yeah. Yeah.
Not butterbeer?
No.
Not butterbeer for
No.
Hermione?
Just
No.
straight
I was
whiskey.
going to
Go for
stay
that
in that too in the Harry Potter. I was going to do Luna Lovegood, but I wanted to drink some butterbeer with her. That's what I was thinking.
I think conversely, I actually want to buy the Man with No Name, from the Dollars trilogy, Clint Eastwood, a strawberry daiquiri, just to see what would happen. Like to see if that would make him angry, if he would just start shooting, or if he would really enjoy it, because I would really enjoy it. So I don't know, like whiskey just seemed too obvious there.
I'm sensing that you like to put yourself into dangerous situations just to see what would happen.
I'm a thrill seeker.
Okay.
David?
Yeah, I'm going to buy Han Solo some blue milk because he lost that, that character battle. So, so losing to Indy, I'm just going to buy him some blue milk consoling drink there. So.
I would like some blue milk.
I would buy Starbucks a whiskey.
Nice.
Okay.
And that probably would last all night long. I could see myself being like under the table and she's just still pounding it back.
Katie Sackhoff. Starbucks and
oh,
not.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah.
Okay, nice.
Of course. I would buy Jean-Luc Picard a
Milk?
drink.
No, I'm kidding.
No, mainly just because I want to hear him say tea Earl Grey hot.
Oh, so you would ask him, what do you want to drink?
Right, exactly.
Got it.
Not Romulan ale? No?
No. All right, so it's time for, what is this time for, Nicole?
It is time for a game that we like to call It's Like Charades, But You Can Talk, which is exactly what it sounds like. Yeah. It's like charades, but you can talk. Although in our
We may have
last
a new
panel, we might have a new name. Is it like Sharadio?
Charadio.
Charadio.
Yeah, Charadio.
Yeah.
We'll see about that.
How does it
Pretty
work?
cool. Okay, so basically what's going to happen is you're going to be given a clue with a geeky character and an action. And we have to guess what that is. But we're going to do it a little bit differently today where you guys are all going to be on the same team. So the first person's going to get a card with a character and an action, and they're going to act it out to you as long as they don't say what the character's name is or any of the words in that. And then once someone gets it, that person who gets it right is going to switch spots and become the clue giver. Okay.
All right, and we're going to do, what are we going to do, like 60? 60
we can do
seconds?
60
seconds,
seconds.
all right? See how many you can get.
I don't need to give like a clue, like an example, right? Or
No, you're fine.
Okay.
We'll let,
All
you,
right.
we'll let you off
We're
on the hook.
good.
on this
Okay,
one.
good. Okay.
By the way, Chris Hadley, who's watching live, thank you, Chris, tweeted in blue milk. That must taste awful. Yes.
I would probably agree.
All right, so we need, David, you're going to take this mic.
Okay.
You're going to come here.
Alrighty.
All right, so you, yeah.
Dun,
All
dun,
right,
dun.
so I'm going to show it to him. Either you guys guess. You're going to switch spots with him. Be careful with the mic, so please don't trip the cords. All right.
It's a dangerous game.
You're fine. All right, you ready?
So I can't use any of these words on the card, but you guys have to guess
anything
based
else.
on everything else. Okay. Let's do this. Oh my gosh. Okay. Goodness gracious me.
Interview.
Yes.
Singing
The
opera.
river is wide, Horatio. I
Doing
believe
Shakespeare.
C-3PO performing Hamlet?
Close. The winter was long, and the sides of the building were very cold.
C-3PO singing? Performing Broadway?
Closer. Okay.
Switch.
Okay, reciting poetry.
Switch.
Alright, do we, okay. okay. Alright.
R2D2.
Okay, hold on.
Chewbacca. Shaggy.
What do you want?
Not Cousin Ed.
Is this Anton Chigurh?
I don't have any potions for you here.
Oh, Snape.
Oh,
We got burgers and fries, that's it.
Snape waiting a table.
at the Snape drive-through. Yay!
Kind of glad I haven't won this yet. You won. You got the drive.
Oh, I won?
Yeah.
Do I do it? Okay, perfect. Okay. All right.
It's pretty good with the hair.
That's what I got.
I just killed 100 zombies. You just got to let me off of this one time, officer. I know.
Rick? I can't remember his last name.
Rick Rhymes.
Rick.
If you let me go this one, yeah.
All right.
Dan, you're doing well.
Yeah, I'm great at this.
Oh my God. Okay.
Just do something with your hair again.
Okay.
The Karate Kid.
Offensive stereotypes.
The Matrix.
Oh no, Gargamel's coming.
What?
Time's up. Wait, who's the character?
I don't know how to do.
It was
Oh, Papa Smurf. Oh, that's funny.
Papa Smurf doing kung fu.
Papa Smurf
Oh,
teaching
very nice,
karate,
very
yeah.
nice. Is that you want Shilpi to have that mic, and I'll come back over there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, got it.
We're good.
All right. That was almost amazing.
That was, yeah. I think you should teach kung fu or karate on a
That was
regular
good.
basis.
Well, I mean, I am a brown belt in karate.
Oh.
I'm not even kidding.
Wait, really? I couldn't tell from that.
So, I know.
She had
really
to dumb
like
it down. She had to
that.
dumb it down for us. She didn't want to give away all of her moves.
I was afraid of the microphone cord, so I couldn't really go
Okay,
all out.
that's
you
fair.
know, but I was about to strangle somebody with the cord if you watch closely in the video. So.
Awesome. We'll have to watch the replay.
So in slow motion.
All right, cool. So before we wrap it up for today, why don't you give links again, L.A. Macabre?
L.A. Macabre, you can see it on youtube.com/grinningmanpictures, or just search for L.A. Macabre when you go to YouTube in the search bar.
And Hipsterhood?
Hipsterhoodseries.com or just Google Hipsterhood, all one word.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you guys for watching live, for tweeting in. I still don't know who won the Scooby Smurfs thing, so that'll be an endless unanswered question.
Debate.
Yeah.
Endless debate.
For the ages.
You can watch us, supergeekedup.com. We do the show live every week, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Pacific. Again, except today, because all of us will be at the IWTV Awards.
Yay!
So hopefully some of you guys who are here at NMX and NAB show will be here at 8 p.m. At the Paradise Center watching the IWTV Awards, or watch live at iwtv.org. Cool.
Yes.
All right. Thank you guys for watching. Also, we'll be back on this stage tomorrow at 11 a.m. doing some more shows. So you can see us then. Thanks, guys. Stay geeky.
Bye.
microphone levels. You should see microphone levels. They're pretty hot. Go to audio settings and see if it's the headphone level. Headphone level is really low. Headphone level is really low. Headphone level is 100%, and it's really low. Really low. Is it tinny? Is it tinny? Because we're here at NAB, NMX, Live Expo. So, are we tinny? Hey, how's it going? We're here at NAB, NMX Live, here in the booth. Live at NMX, we're about to walk into the theater for a brand new show. This one's louder.
It's a little louder, just a tad tinny.
Yeah.
And the other one is lower and flat.
Lower and flat. What's the volume level?
Everybody's at 100.
Everybody. Everybody's at 100. So this cable, this microphone, this cable sounds like this. And this camera, this cable, and this microphone sounds like this.
There's like one first one. I'm getting a little bit better input. Like this. A better bad English, more better English and stuff like that. It sounds kind of natural. This sounds like this. It's a little louder. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. Bum, bum. Do you have a Star Wars soundtrack in your car? Oh, I got it on my iPhones. Same mic. This is the first one. That sounds okay. Can I recite the opening of A New Hope? It's been a while. That was, yeah. This one is the way it is right now, if you can hear it. And this one is this way. And it's this one. This one sounds more natural, just a little lower in volume. Oh, and by the way, tomorrow, they want to move. I told them it was all right. They're going to move all those chairs out of the way because they're going to have a bar there tomorrow with like alcohol and stuff. So, yeah, 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 yeah. No, 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 no. You're true. Okay. This is a test. This is a test, and this is what we're doing. Sounds normal? Okay. All right, let's see if this one does. This is a test. It's a big test. It's a big test of the emergency broadcast system. A little bit of test. This is only a test. And we're working, and there's people walking around, and people want to do things and buy a bunch of shit that they don't need. Somewhere in here is the next podcaster of the century. Somewhere.
Camera. Blackmagic's infallible, though.
Well, he might have a different version, like, you know, the firmware might be, one might be different
There's
firmware than another.
Supposedly, they're all the latest upgrades. Alright, so let's do 1, 2.
You don't put French salad.